right. Chairperson Dalkey, you are live.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Wednesday, May 12th, 2021 Chaska Planning Commission meeting. It's 7 o'clock, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. And I'm going to read a short statement for everybody. If you've zoomed in before, you've heard this, but many of you have not. Welcome, everyone. As you can tell, this meeting looks a little different. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are holding our meetings via video teleconference. Because the City Council has declared a local emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic, state statutes allow us to hold our meetings remotely. Even though we aren't meeting in person, we want to make sure the public can participate. If you have joined the Zoom meeting, you will notice that you are muted. We have a moderator on the call who will unmute those who wish to speak during the public comment portions of the meeting. Public comments will be reserved for visitor presentations, public hearings, or special circumstances determined by the commission. Once we reach those parts of the agenda, I will ask if there are any public comments. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by computer or tablet, please click on the participants please click on participants on the bottom of your screen and then select the raise hand icon. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, the moderator will announce your name or phone number and unmute your line. Please remember that public comment is provided at the discretion of the commission and is meant to provide productive discourse on topics related to the city of Chaska. Speakers shall refrain from comment or behavior that is deemed disorderly, derogatory, obscene, indecent, or off topic. Any person engaging in such speech or action may be muted or removed from the meeting. Those of you watching online or on Comcast Channel 15, please be aware of the following. Some of our commissioners, city staff, and presenters are participating in the meeting remotely. There is a delay between the live meeting and the broadcast. All commission actions will be taken by roll call vote. We are working hard to make sure that you can be heard as we protect everyone's health and safety. Thank you for your patience as we work through this unprecedented situation. All right, thanks for bearing with me on that, everyone. Next, we will do a roll call. Liz, please.
Yep. Commissioner Brass.
Here.
Lacey.
Here.
Olson.
Here.
Riley.
Here.
Seiler.
Here.
Urbanski.
Here.
And Chairperson Dalkey.
Here. All right, next is to adopt tonight's agenda. Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda? If so,
Yes.
take a motion to adopt.
So moved, Commissioner Lacey.
Thank you.
I'll second it, Commissioner Urbanski.
Thank you, sir. Liz, roll, please.
Yep. Brass.
Aye.
Lacey.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Riley.
Aye.
Seiler.
Aye.
Urbanski.
Aye.
And Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. Next on the agenda is a visitor presentation. Is there any presentations that are not on tonight's agenda? Hearing none, we'll move on. Number 5 on the agenda is to approve the previous meeting's minutes. We'd like to approve the draft minutes for the April 14th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review? If so, I'll take a motion to approve those minutes.
As Commissioner Olson, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brass will second.
Thank you, sir. Liz, roll, please.
Brass.
Aye.
Lacey.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Riley.
Aye.
Seiler.
Aye.
Urbanski.
Aye.
And Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. Next on the agenda is our consent items. We have one consent item tonight to recommend the approval of the final plat for Harvest West, Third Club West, PC number 2021-09. Is there any discussion before we approve that? Okay, roll, Liz.
Yep. Brass,
Aye.
Lacy,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Riley,
Aye.
Styler,
Aye.
Urbanski,
Aye.
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. Next on the agenda is our action items. 7A tonight is a postponed item. It is to review the preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat and rezoning for Oakridge RCS-RCA Oakridge LLC, PC number 2021-08. That has been postponed. 7B on our action items tonight is a public hearing. And this hearing is to recommend denial of the conditional use permit amendment for Total Loss Brokers Incorporated, PC number 2021-07. Liz, if you please.
Thank you, Chairperson Dalkey. I'm going to do a quick screen share here. Can I just get a confirmation that you can see that? Perfect, thank you. As Chairperson Dalkey mentioned, we are looking at a conditional use permit amendment request this evening for the business Total Loss, which is located at 525 Creek Ridge Drive here in Chaska. So to give you an idea of where the site is located, I have it highlighted here in blue on this aerial exhibit. What it doesn't show as well is the middle tenant space of the existing building out there that they also own. I can only select one parcel at a time, but just want to reference that, that's in addition to what's shown in blue here. So it's about a 9-acre site total wise. They own all of the remnant area around the building, essentially, plus the middle tenant space of the existing building. Creek Ridge Drive is the access into the site off of County Road 44, just off of the Chaska Boulevard and County Road 44 intersection there. So again, the business, I'll get to that. Currently it's zoned I2, which is a restricted industrial zoning district. It is guided high density residential in our 2040 comprehensive plan. So it was back in October of 1984, resolution number 84-97, that the original special use permit was approved for the site. In addition to that, the site plan and the occupancy permit as well, to be able to operate the Total Loss business at this location. And that's due to the fact that the I2 zoning district requires a special use permit if you exceed a certain ratio of open storage, in which case that's what they were proposing, and that's why they requested and obtained approval of a special use permit to operate as such. I've included the conditions of approval of that 1984 CUP. Not going to go through all of these, but one of them to note is it did limit the size of the open storage area and the amount of cars in the area to be 2 acres in size, and then not to exceed 150 vehicles of open storage. In May of 2018, so this is relatively recently, the property did come in for a concept plan request, where they had a developer come in interested in redeveloping the site for high density residential. This concept plan was noted or dubbed as the Chaska Bluffs Apartment Project. And so when that concept plan came in May of 2018, it did get approved. However, one of the caveats was that the two other landowners of the site, I'm going to go back to the aerial here. There's two other property owners of the site owned by the Hagen family and the Essig family. They were not ready to redevelop or to sell off their land. So in order for the project to move forward, they did need to have securement of the entire site, including those two additional properties, in order to proceed forward. Otherwise, it just wasn't feasible. So in essence, that did not happen, and the project did not move forward. Just to give you some specifications on kind of the total loss brokers business, they have been in business for over 35 years at this location. They do specialize in being a insurance salvage pool. So what that means is they help insurance companies try to recoup some losses, some financial losses from collision payouts by selling the vehicle of that collision to be salvaged by total loss, and then total loss would then try to sell that salvage vehicle through an online auction. So they essentially store these vehicles on their site until they are sold through that online auction, and then are transferred to the appropriate buyer once the title work and sale has occurred. So in general, during the summer months, they typically store about 150 to 200 cars on site. And then in the winter months, due to more risky driving conditions, they do about 200 to 250 cars stored on site. They have also noted that there have been some instances where they've have stored up to 500 vehicles on the site. This has happened generally every 3 to 4 years. And they say that's predominantly due to the state's inability to process the title work efficiently and quickly to get the cars off the site. And just another note, the applicant has stated that they are trying to sell the property, and they have been doing that, or trying to do that, for the last 10 years, as well as in 2018 when they had that concept plan come in. And so they continue to pursue sale of the property moving forward. So again, tonight, we're looking at a conditional use permit amendment request to their original 1984 CUP. They would like to allow the storage of up to 450 cars on 3 acres of land. And I'll show what that looks like in some subsequent exhibits. And just to note, the applicant has informed us that this request is not to allow additional business to occur on the property. Rather, it's a continuation of how the business operates today. So they want the conditional use permit to be consistent with how they operate today. So what they're asking for is not essentially above and beyond what they do today. It's just to allow for the CUP to be compliant and to allow for a level of cars or a volume of cars that exceed their normal margin on those rare occasions as well. So this kind of just shows the layout of what's already approved and what they're hoping to add from kind of a layout standpoint. So again, the red box here indicates what tenant space they own of the existing building. The blue area here is about a 2-acre storage area, which was approved with the original 1984 CUP for the 150 cars and 2 acres. So this is a fenced-in area existing on the property. So what they're requesting is for this additional 1 acre on the west side of Creek Ridge Drive here to be additional storage area for those 450 cars. And then they've also included kind of a general layout of how those 450 cars would be stored within those two areas. So this generally shows kind of a volume of that magnitude on both those areas. They've also included some historic aerials just to show kind of the evolution of the site itself and show kind of the level of cars happening throughout the years. So getting to kind of the analysis of a conditional use permit and what the purpose of a conditional use permit is. I just want to reiterate that the purpose of a CUP is in order to give the district use regulations of the ordinance the flexibility necessary to achieve the objectives of the comprehensive plan. Certain uses are permitted subject to the granting of a conditional use permit. Because of their unusual characteristics, such conditional uses require special consideration, so they may be located properly with respect to objectives of the comprehensive plan, and respect to the effects on surrounding properties. In order to achieve these purposes, the City Council is empowered to grant and deny applications for conditional use permits and to impose reasonable conditions upon the granting of these permits. So just want to kind of preface that with a CUP analysis. In addition to that, there's certain standards that do need to be met and used as analysis of a conditional use permit or an amendment to a CUP. And those are listed here. There's 6 standards. I'm only going to get into a few of these. All of the analysis is provided in the staff report. But the ones that are kind of most notable or that I want to touch on during this presentation is Standard A, which speaks to the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. So provided more of an analysis in my report, but some touch points here. First off, with this CUP request, we do have to look at this as if it's a new non-existing conditional use permit request or amendment request, even though they're saying that it's a continuation of the existing business as it operates today. The review of it exceeding the original CUP has not been properly vetted out. Therefore, we have to look at this as a new request. And because of that, the original CUP conditions have not been met on numerous occasions, and they have alluded to that in their narrative and overall application. And in terms of what they're asking for, they are asking to essentially intensify kind of what's currently out there in terms of the car storage and the amount of acreage it will take up, which in turn makes achieving the comprehensive plan more challenging, which again is kind of the basis or the purpose of granting CUPs is to achieve objectives of the comp plan. Just also want to note that a CUP runs with the land. It does not run with the landowner. So if a conditional use permit request is approved or reviewed, it's being reviewed for that site in particular. So if it gets approved, it runs with the land unless it gets revoked for any reason. So it's a continuous permit that exists on the land. So even if the landowner were to move, a different landowner could come in and continue that conditional use permit as it sits. So with that said, with their notion of saying that they're gonna potentially sell off the land, there is still a question of a different user coming in who would be using the CUP at full capacity. And it's still a question of who that would be, at what intensity, but they could very well use it at full capacity of 450 cars if they really wanted to. So again, the 450 is not kind of the common occurrence for total loss. It's more so on those nuances that occur with the property. But again, They are requesting the 450 car total with this request. So again, we have to look at that as a full-on potential for a different user if someone else were to come in. And then lastly, to that standard, the environmental impacts of this use have not been properly identified or dismissed with this application. They did provide an analysis of their own to say that there isn't any environmental impacts, but again, we don't have sufficient data to say yay or nay in that regard, and therefore it's still undetermined, and it's still a big question as to whether or not that has a huge impact on this site regarding the use. The other standard I wanted to point out was standard B. The special use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purpose already permitted, nor substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood. So with this request, they are not proposing any improvements to the site regarding pavement, screening, anything of that sort. So the parking will continue to occur on the gravel ground cover that it currently sits on. There won't be any striping or any defined implementations to really kind of order the area. And then additionally, with this being surrounded by residential and particularly being in the Southwest Chaska area, there's continued residential growth happening in and around this site. And therefore, things are changing around it. View sheds are changing, which could impose a potential implication on kind of the growth that's to occur. And then lastly, standard F, the special use shall in all other respects conform to the applicable regulations of the district in which it is located. Again, getting back to what the purpose of a CUP is to provide flexibility in achieving the objectives of the comp plan. Again, this is in an area that's slated for redevelopment. Redevelopment is happening in and around this area that is consistent with the comp plan. So with this intensification of the CUP by amending it, it doesn't, or it makes it more challenging to get closer to the comp plan and puts more implications, potential implications on being able to get closer to the comp plan. And then just reiterating that they are hoping to sell the property. They are actively selling the property or marketing it. And again, a CUP amendment here could result in a different user using the full potential of the CUP that they're requesting. So it is unknown at this time who that would be. So again, the request seems to be at the benefit of a sale and adding more value to the land, but not necessarily a benefit to the continuation of the business that's there today. So in conclusion, just based on our analysis and the findings that are listed in the staff report, we are asking you to make a motion to recommend denial of the CUP amendment to allow up to 450 cars on 3 acres of land. Just also want to iterate that the applicant has provided a couple pieces of documentation that were shared today that has been added to the packet, the overall packet, to be on record, and also kind of be a part of your review and analysis this evening. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I do believe the applicant is in the audience as well, if you have specific questions for them.
Liz, this is Commissioner Riley. The conditional use permit, if total loss was coming in just from scratch today, so the clause that drives us into conditional use permit is the open storage display areas exceed a 2-to-1 land to building ratio. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
That's the driver. So
Yes.
on this property, what would be the area that would be allowed for this use without a conditional use permit?
It would have to be under,
Just roughly. I mean,
yeah, it would have to be under an acre probably.
so it's under an acre. So they've already got 2 acres.
Mhm.
And if it were, so say if it were an acre, would we care how many cars were on that acre?
Yes.
How many cars could they have on that 1 acre without a permit?
Without a permit. I mean,
Within the
technically,
zoning, I2.
it would have to stay within that acre box essentially. Kevin, I see you stewing over there, so
Yeah, can you go to full screen so people can see, please?
yes.
Yeah, the issue is if they were to do storage or if somebody just bought their site and wanted to do storage outside of like the CUP, they need to comply with the I2 regulations, which has a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of the building. So that would be the first piece. And then, as long as they met the requirements for the outside storage, then they could do that in there. So there would be a limitation based on their building size, which would dictate, so if somebody just bought the site and didn't want to do cars, maybe is the easiest way to explain it. That they could do some outside storage, but it would be limited by the building size. And
Okay.
that's right in the I2 zoning district.
Okay, and so they could pack as many cars or
Well,
widgets or
as long as it
whatever
followed the
without
code,
leaving.
because I think there's some screening requirements, things that go
Right.
along with outside storage. So as long as they were complying with the regulations as it relates to outside storage, then they could store accordingly.
I just want to understand the context of it because we keep talking about cars and storage, but what we're really talking about is storage area, right? So whether it's 150 cars or 250 cars or 450 cars, it's really storage area that is the driver here. So,
Mhm.
all right, thanks, Liz. Appreciate it.
Liz, this is Commissioner Urbanski. Just to clarify on a conditional use permit, so that runs with the land. Is that ever reviewable, or once you pass it, it just kind of goes on?
Typically, it just goes on unless you create a condition that it needs to be reviewed on an annual or biannual basis for a certain period of time. But typically, it just runs with the land and continues as is unless a complaint is received. Then we would revisit it, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Liz, Commissioner Seiler here. Just to follow up on Commissioner Urbanski's comments, so we could make the permit conditional or have a expiration on it or contingencies if there's a land sale in the future.
More than likely not. We can't really have control over a sale of the land. There's no way to really track that.
Right. It does run with the land. I mean, now if you put in a condition that, whatever, 175 cars and they're at 176 or whatever the numbers are, right? That's reviewable. But generally speaking, a sale would not be a triggerable item because by definition, special use permits, conditional use permits are meant to run with the land and is really regardless of who might own it. And so that's something, as Liz mentioned, you need to consider is that if somebody else owns it, maybe they operate it a different way. And so do you have conditions or statements if you were to approve it that deal with any concerns you might have?
Yeah, no, I was getting at, more so the flexibility, because it doesn't appear that there's been issues in the past with how the business has been run, even though they've been exceeding their limit. There really hasn't been any implications to that. So I was just wondering on the flexibility of, could you for say, grant them this permit, have an expiration in a couple of years so they know it's coming up and they can maybe plan accordingly, or, you know, have a contingency that the permit's no longer valid if there's a land sale, so you protect yourself from maybe somebody else coming in and operating, you know, in a different manner than was intended.
Hey, Liz, I have
Anyone
this is
anyone
Commissioner
else
Olson.
before, or go ahead, Travis.
This is Commissioner Olson. So obviously the applicant is coming forward and stating that they haven't been in compliance with the CUP from 1984. So what's the ramifications of this? Because if we recommend denial and they're putting their foot forward trying to be in compliance one way or the other, what is the ramifications for them as a business to be able to be an ongoing concern here in Chaska?
And I would probably rely on council's direction in terms of that. If they wanted to proceed forward with a certain direction related to the business. But usually on our part, we're only triggered if there's a complaint received, in which case we'll act on it appropriately. In this case, we're kind of just being given this information now of what's been happening with the business today.
Anyone else before I open up the public hearing?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Brass. So Liz, I just also wanted to, so besides the increase in the land, which doesn't work with the 2-to-1 building ratio, so the other issue is what we're stating is that due to the fact that the comprehensive plan states that this land is guided for high density residential, and the objective of a CUP is to help achieve the objective of the comprehensive plan, allowing even more car storage doesn't get us to where this land needs to be high density residential. Is that correct?
Right. Yep.
Okay. I just want to understand that was part of the position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I know the applicant is with us, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. It's 7:34 p.m. Kevin?
All right, we have Daniel, I believe. Daniel has his hand raised, and Daniel, if you can also just give your name and address as well.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, Kevin.
So Daniel, feel free to unmute.
My name is Daniel Lisholm. I'm here on behalf of my father, Dwayne Lisholm, who owns the company and has owned it since he started it back in 1984. My address is 4720 Island View in Mound, Minnesota. The business is at 525 Creek Ridge Drive in Chaska. If I could help with a couple of the questions that were raised already. In terms of the review for the conditional use permit, the original conditional use permit from 1984 states as the last condition that Planning Commission should review after 90 days, at 6 months, and then annually. And I just want to go on record saying it has never been reviewed. The next point I want to make about the original conditional use permit is until my dad started his desire to sell the property about 10 years ago, and we began looking into this sale, we were not aware, or I should say, on his behalf, he was not aware that the conditional use permit conditions were still in effect. He was under the assumption that once all the other conditions were met, those numbers would go away. We learned that is different, however, and that is the main reason we started pursuing this. I would like time to touch on about 6 topics. And forgive me for being lengthy. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time, but the next issue
was raised, or a question was raised about how many vehicles can fit on 1 acre of land. If you consider the 9x18 or 9x20 parking space and access drive aisles, if we take a look at the Cooper's parking lot downtown Chaska, they have about 0.41 acres, so under a half acre, and they have roughly 180 parking spaces. Extrapolate that out, you're looking at several hundred can fit in an acre. I've done the math according to the city's numbers, and that is in that 29-page submittal that I did in answering the city's questions they had when we started this process. That is certainly up for your review. And the last one was, I wanted to make a point about what's the actual driver for those anomaly increases for our storage capacity. And it's typically really bad storms like blizzards, floods, tornadoes, that kind of thing that cause a lot of damage across the state. When there's storms like that, we can't predict how many vehicles are going to get called in. And that's why we want that buffer number, even though our normal operating is usually near that 150 limit. Sometimes it's as high as 200, sometimes it goes up to 250 in the winter. But normally we're near the 150 number. Summer months, we may go up to 200. Winter months, we may go up to 250. During those anomaly periods, during storms, when the capacity gets taxed and we have to store a lot more cars, it lasts for a few months and then it's back to normal. So I just wanted to make those points. So on 0.41 acres, Cooper's parking lot has 181 spaces, I believe I counted. I sent a picture in today along with a picture of our lot as it is today. Currently, we have 115 vehicles on our property. A few weeks ago, it was, I think, 130 something, and before that, we had an additional 62. But we were able to get a lot of titles from the state. It was a miracle. But we actually had an auction of 62 vehicles. Then we had an auction of 34 vehicles, and there's currently only 20 that are going to be on the next list so far. So yes, we are limited in how many we can sell based on the rate at which the state can process, print, and send us the titles so that we're allowed to sell them. And I get into the titling stuff and regulations in that first submittal, the 29-page booklet that I sent. As Ms. Hanson said, she was kind enough to add the rebuttal I made to the findings and the rebuttal I made to the analysis today. I'm not quite sure if anyone had a chance to read that, but there's some more information there. But hopefully that answers the questions that were raised so far regarding the review, how many cars can fit on an acre, and the driver of the increases that we experience once every 3-4 years. That being said, I don't know if it's my turn to speak to the issues I want to raise. Like I said, I did create 3 documents for the staff to consider. I've made some phone calls to people. I've had conversations with the other owners, the co-owners of the property. We're all on board together. They're willing to work as a team. We're on friendly terms. The only thing that's holding them back, and I can get into that later, is finding a suitable replacement property. And of course, the dollar figure that they're offered for their property. But they are willing to work together as a team to accomplish developing the site as an entire unit. But there is that issue of finding replacement property for them and the price. That being said, is it time for me to go into speaking on the 5 or 6 topics I would like to touch on?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Because there's a lot of information that I had to compile in the last few weeks, I did type it out. So if it looks like I'm reading, it's because I am. The first thing I'm going to touch on is the conditional use permit limit. I'm 55. I can remember back in '84, I was working 3 part-time jobs to put myself through college and pay rent on my first house. I've since bought my 3rd house, raised 3 boys to adulthood. They're off on their own career paths. I just retired from a 33-year career, and I'm looking forward to my retirement and getting involved in my hobbies. My dad, in 1984, sunk everything he had into this new business venture to fill a gap that he saw in the insurance industry, and he's done quite well. But many things have changed since then. Among them are, he no longer rents that small portion of Outlot A. It was about 1/3 of the property that's fenced in currently, right in front of the building. He rented that small 1/3. Several years later, he was able to buy the whole Outlot A. So now he owns the entirety of the 9 acres. He no longer does impound towing for the state patrol or local police departments. He no longer does repossession work for GMAC or Ford Motor Credit. He used to do that across the country. He no longer has a full crew of drivers or a full fleet of tow trucks, including the big rigs for hauling semis. He's narrowed his client pool to downsize. And he started that process many years ago because more work didn't make for more enjoyment. And he's at a simple, sustainable, viable business level now. He has been trying to sell the property for about 10 years. He started that when he was about 65. He's now 75. And in the last 10 years, he's had to get hearing aids and a pacemaker, which is why I started working for him. Before I retired, I was working for him part-time. That started in 2014. As of January, I've now worked for him full-time. One thing that hasn't changed is my dad's need to provide support for him and my mom and support their livelihood, which means 2 things need to happen. One of 2 things need to happen. He either has to sell the property in the business, or which he has been pursuing for 10 years, or I take it over so he can retire and keep his income stream flowing to support them as a distant executive of the company. We are pursuing both paths. I've been honest about that. We are and have been trying to sell the property, and we are also trying to amend the conditional use permit limits to reflect what the factual numbers are based on current information that I know is accurate from the last 6 years that I've been there, 7 years now. In order for the property to someday be developed, all of the owners of this parcel have to be on board. Like I said, there are 3 owners of the property, and I've met with them several times, and we've had several phone calls. We are on good speaking terms. They are fully behind us, both trying to sell the property as an entire unit to develop it, and us pursuing an additional or an amendment to the conditional use permit so that we can bring the current numbers into the realm of being compliant with the conditional use permit so we can stay viable and continue the business. They're both willing to sell if the right replacement property can be found for relocation and the right price is offered. They're both happy with their current locations, which is part of the problem. But they are willing to pursue selling as a group if the right conditions are found. Regarding that 2040 comprehensive plan, I'm aware of it. Excuse me. But these same conditions have to be met before the city can realize that plan to develop the district for high density residential housing. That can't happen if only one of us sells and the other 2 don't, or 2 of us sells and the 3rd doesn't. Based on my experience over the last 7 years, the most likely outcome of this is I will have to continue the business until we can finally sell it. My dad is retiring this year. So in order to keep them afloat, I will be running the business, even though that's not what I want to do. I owe it to my parents for everything they've done for me over my lifetime. We've been in operation for 37 years. And the initial conditional use permit limit was set at 150 vehicles and 2 acres to store that 150 vehicles on. That is the only other thing I can think of that hasn't changed since 1984. Most of you have been around since 1984. Everything has changed since 1984. And it's only reasonable to assume that a business would have growth as they progress through the years. I'll get into the growth part of the business later. But I also wanted to point out that nowhere in the city's I-2 district definition does it say that a business is allowed to be established and developed in this district, but it has to remain at the same business level and volume it was at the time of its establishment, regardless of how many years the company's been in business. In our case, that would be since 1984. The conditional use permit established a storage area of 2 acres, but it did not have any language regarding or guidance regarding what land could be used for the display and sale of vehicles, because the conditional use permit says we can store, display, and sell vehicles. And then it specifically stated we have 2 acres for storage. We have the screening established, old growth trees, elevation, hills, fencing, berms. Our property is virtually unnoticed by all of our surrounding neighbors, with the exception of the brew pub who just moved in recently. There are 9 conditions set in the conditional use permit. We're only asking to amend 2 of those. That's the number limit and the amount of land for outdoor storage. And again, that's 150 vehicles and 2 acres. Like I said before, after a few years of operation, my dad was able to buy the entire outlot, increasing our land to 9 acres. Our typical storage needs for the last 7 years have been between 150 to 200 cars in the summer months and 200 to 250 in the winter months. There are slower times when we're under 150 limit, like right now. Today, there's 116 vehicles in our open storage area. That picture that is in the rebuttal to the analysis should have that picture from today. There is no disorganization. There's only one person that places those vehicles in the storage lot. That's me. It's done with a front end loader with forks. I place the vehicles 6 inches apart, and they're all parked in a ring on the outer fence of the property. 150 vehicles fit in the outer ring, and the entire 1.4 acres in the middle is wide open space. Okay. The increase over the limit of 150 vehicles. Okay. I am acknowledging that 200 to 250 vehicles is over the limit that was set in 1984, 37 years ago. But if you look at it with a little analysis, it's only a marginal increase from year to year. The difference between 150 and 250 vehicles over a 37 period is an increase of 1.8% a year, or in simple terms, it's roughly 2 to 3 vehicles more per year, every year for 37 years. Again, every 3 to 4 years, Minnesota and Wisconsin experience very severe storms that increases crash activity, and subsequently our storage needs need to increase for a month or 2, and then they return back to normal. This 3 or 4 year storm activity is why we're asking for the number limit to be raised to 450, while most of the time we will be at our typical levels. We're asking for that buffer amount to remain within the limits of the conditional use permit during those anomaly times. So the next topic was the storage of the 450 vehicles on 2 acres or 3 acres. Should we be granted that? We're currently allowed to use 2 acres for storage, but we're limited to 150 vehicles. We currently park our vehicles at a ring formation 6 inches apart from the inner perimeter of the fenced open storage area. The storage of 150 vehicles takes up 0.56 acres. The remaining open space is 1.44 acres. I move the vehicles with a front end loader with long forks on it. I need about 24 feet to get in front of a vehicle to move it. So our access aisles have to be wide, or I can't do my job. With 2 acres of land available for storage of vehicles, including access aisles for the front end loader, we can accommodate storage of about 500 vehicles. We're not asking for 500, we're asking for 450. We're asking for the use of the additional acre as we have nearly 4 acres of open land, and the extra acre would only provide for larger rows should we ever need to use that space for those anomaly periods. It would not be used on a weekly, daily basis. It would only be used during those times unless we're having an auction. Like I said, the conditional use permit doesn't designate where we can have a display area or a sale area, only a storage area. And for 37 years, we've been using that outside unfenced lot for the displays of the auctions for that 1 week period when the auction is up and running, so that if the buyer wants to take a closer look at it, they can come to our facility and take a closer look at the damage to see if it's something they're interested in. And then again, that outside area is where we leave the vehicles after the auction closes so that the buyers can come and pick them up whenever they can, not only during our open business hours. On page 7 and 8 of that 29-page submittal I sent, I have a diagram of a typical parking lot, and I have a picture of the Cooper's parking lot. If you had a typical parking lot with 4 rows of parking and 80 vehicles in each row, you have 2 access aisles 24 feet wide. You can hold 320 vehicles, and it only uses a total of 1.59 acres, including the access aisles. So 320 vehicles on 1.59 acres. Cooper's parking lot is 0.41 acres, and they have roughly 181 vehicles with required aisle access. If you add those two together, 1.59 and 0.41, you come up with 2 acres. If you add their 181 and 320, you get over 500 vehicles. That's why I know it can fit in our 2 acres. We're not asking for 500, we're asking for 450 for those anomaly times. The picture of Cooper's parking lot, there's a section of it under some trees, but there are parking spaces there. If you had the question. But like I said, we're not, if you were to take the math associated with the Cooper's lot and extrapolate that out to 2 acres, you'd be approaching nearly 800 cars. We're not asking for that either. We're trying to be reasonable. We only want to be able to sustain our business at the levels it's at now until we can sell it, which is why we're asking for 450 for those anomaly times. But most of the year, we're going to be under 250, and then half of the year, we're going to be under 200 or under 150. The next topic is the environmental impact. I know that's a big concern, but we've had a few meetings with the city, and it was suggested we possibly should get a phase 1 or phase 2 environmental survey done. That idea was quickly quashed by Matt Podrosky in the same meeting. He said it wasn't necessary. It dawned on me that we had a project run through our parking lot, the entire length from Big Woods Boulevard past our southern property line to the Schramhouse Brewery. That was a trench dug about 600 plus feet long. It was at least 30 feet wide and in some places 20 and 30 feet deep. By my estimation and confirming with Mr. Hirsch, the project supervisor or inspector, it was over 250,000 cubic feet of our soil was excavated and placed in piles in our parking lot. That equates to roughly 10,000 yards of soil. During that entire project, there were 2 project supervisors or inspectors. One of the main one was Michael Hirsch, who some of the staff knows from business relationships. Mr. Hirsch told me as much on the phone during 2 of our calls. We discussed whether or not there were any signs or red flags of contamination of the soil. He said he was not aware of it. I asked if he'd been notified of any contamination of the soil, and he said he was not made aware of any contamination in our soil. I also clarified with him that had any contamination be found, is it not true that it's required by law that mitigation efforts have to be made before that soil can be put back in the ground? And he said, yes, if contamination is found, mitigation efforts have to be completed before that dirt can go back in the hole. No mitigation efforts were ever completed. The dirt came from the trench into a pile, from the pile back into the same hole. Based on that information alone, I am fairly confident there's no contamination issues or environmental issues with our property. Along with that, I have a very detailed explanation of the anatomy of a car crash in my submission. If you've read that, great. If not, in a nutshell, vehicles have a finite level of fluids in them. The fluids leak at the crash scene and within a day or two after that. The vehicles we pick up are not from crash sites. We pick them up at body shops, tow yards, impound lots, weeks, sometimes a month after the crash. Anything that was going to leak out has already leaked out. Some of the vehicles are already disassembled partially by the body shops so that they can make a better determination of the damage value. Once they're on our property, they've already leaked out everything that was going to leak out. So anyways, Mr. Hirsch told me in two of the conversations, there were no red flags of contamination issues regarding the soil that was removed and replaced during the project. He said that any contamination would have to be mitigated by law. He told me that since he still contracted with the city, he wished to discuss this with the city staff before making his public comment. I have no reason to doubt him. I do believe he did call the city and spoke with someone there. And through that discussion, it was decided he would keep quiet on the matter. I don't know why. I'm just reporting what I know.
Sir?
Yes.
Just because we do have a huge amount of business tonight, can you get to the rest of your points expeditiously so we can
I will
have discussion?
We do have all of Dwayne or Dan's pieces as part of the official record. Which
Correct.
is available.
Yeah.
And I've read them. As Commissioner Brass just stated, I've read the information submitted already.
I have three topics I can touch on briefly and then a summary, and I'm done. I promise.
Okay, quickly, thank you.
I promise I will be brief. As far as the visual screening goes, we're surrounded by old growth trees that are rather deep. Even in the wintertime, you can't see through them from Big Woods Boulevard, as shown by the pictures I took. Our parcel is zoned I-2, as well as the neighbor, the Schramhouse Brewery, and the issue of screening between us and the brewery was broached. And my answer to that would be, from my reading of the requirements, it's required to have screening if there's dissimilar property uses. Since that is also I-2, commercial industrial, and we're commercial industrial, screening is not required. However, the Schramhouse Brewery asked us last year if they could do their own screening, and we said, absolutely, whatever you want. So that should cover that issue. Everything on the north end is covered by woods. Everything on the east is covered by the hill in the woods. And like I said before, our property is virtually unseen and unknown due to the screening we have. And we do have the fencing, we do have a paved road and parking for public. It's not required that our lot be paved or striped because it's an open outdoor storage area. Now, getting into the economic impact in the surrounding properties, the development of the Carlson and the Roebling properties was brought up. I'd like to refer to that plat map if we could, if you want a reference. But the reason I brought
we've seen that.
Okay, the reason I want to bring that up is there's a ravine or a couple ravines that run through the back of our property along the west side of the Schramhouse Brewery and into the Roebling property. There's a Y section in there that eats up most of that small sliver of the Roebling property that runs easterly towards the Schramhouse Brewery, which is the closest point of the property to our location. And because of the topographical nature of the terrain, the hill, the trees, the ravine, the developable portion of that Roebling property is at least, I would say, 1/8 of a mile to 1/4 of the mile past the hills into the woods to the ground that's actually developable for residential areas. In order for a house to be placed closer to us, they'd have to put in a bridge or bury that ravine to get access to that portion of the property. But from what I can tell, I'm not an engineer, but from what I can tell, the closest a house could get to our property or the Schramm house, which they abut to, would be about 1/8 to 1/4 of a mile through the woods, over hills and over the ravines, which makes our property virtually impossible physically to see from that location. The next one, the property values of the surrounding neighbors, the residential and the commercial neighbors. I did some research on the Carver County website.
Yep, and we saw that as well.
Yep. Everyone's property value has increased nicely, regardless of our business being there for 37 years. There was an average of 34,670 for the 14 homes up on Cascade. The two closest to us to the northwest was 26,600 for an average over the 3 years. And nice for Schramm House, their property went up by 379,000. So we're not affecting property values. So in last but not least, my summary, our request for an amendment to the conditional use permits set in 1984, in our belief, is a reasonable request. Our business has increased, but it's been a marginal increase over a 37-year period. It's nothing drastic. It's 1.87 or 3 cars a year for 37 years. We have the space available and the ability to organize the stored vehicles aesthetically on 2 acres. We would prefer to have the ability to have 3 acres. That way we have more open space and wider access aisles. The environmental impact from storing 30 vehicles on 37 years was shown during the excavation process and the lack of any mitigation of contamination. The visual screening around a property is adequate and satisfactory with long-standing old growth trees and other vegetation, hills, elevation differences, ravines, and fencing. Outdoor storage areas are not required to be paved. Our access road and public parking areas are paved and have been for 36 years. The new development will not physically be able to see our property due to the distance and screening from the elevation. The property values have continued to rise nicely. And last but not least, I'd like to thank you for your time and considering our request and ask if anyone has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lishon. A very detailed presentation. Any questions for the CUP applicant? And Kevin Wright, is there anyone else that wants to speak as part of the public hearing?
There's not currently anyone with their hands up, so I would say no.
Okay, very good. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for the applicant, or did I already ask that?
Nope.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:04.
Commissioner Dalkey, sorry, I'm a little slow on the draw.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Riley.
I think it's a quick, easy question. No, I
Yep.
know.
That's okay.
So, Mr. Lishholm, you mentioned the difference between storage and display. How many cars do you display at any one time?
Depends on the size of our auction. Our auctions average 35 to 40 vehicles. Some are less, some are more. Like I said, we were blessed with a batch of 62 titles last month, so we were able to have a large auction. But most of them run about 30 to 35, sometimes 40.
And what's the frequency of the auctions?
About 1 to 2 a month. So it averages like 1.5 a month.
So so display period is 2 weeks, generally, kind of a mean?
1 week.
1 week display period? Okay, all right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And just one quick question that I have for you is your business size, your 150 to 200 on-site vehicles, where does that put you as comparable to other businesses like yours?
There are only two other businesses like ours. My dad was the first in this part of the country. He started in 1984. Since then, there are two nationwide companies. That's Copart, and the other one is IAA. Like I said, they operate nationally, so they deal in millions of cars a year, and they ship their cars from region to region, depending on which vehicles sell better in which region. We go through probably 1,000 vehicles a year, sometimes more, sometimes less. We sell.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This is Commissioner Brass. I have a quick question for the applicant.
Yes, sir.
So you had mentioned multiple times in the presentation that you've, wanting to sell the property, been willing to sell the property, have engaged multiple contracts to buy the property, but none of them have gone through. I'm just curious, is there, without giving away too much, I guess, confidential information, you have a couple other property owners. I mean, what's the holdup on that? Because it's, if it's guided high density residential, I'm a commercial real estate broker. I could tell you, like, just speaking, hypothetically, that could sell tomorrow. Like, I mean, it's the reddest, hottest market I've seen for multifamily, and since I've been doing this business. I'm just kind of curious: is there one they don't want to sell, or because you've said, like, if we can either do this or sell the property, that's our way out of this, and we can retire. Like, I'm just curious, what's the hang up on the sale?
Well, in a nutshell, we would rather sell than continue the business.
Okay.
If I have to continue the business, I will. But I would rather sell. My dad would rather sell and be done with it and just walk away into the sunset. We would be happy if a monstrously beautiful high-rise went in there, or whatever the city's vision is. The holdup is, like I mentioned before, the ability to find comparable replacement property for the other two owners. That's their holdup. They are willing to work with us to sell it as a group, to work as a team, sell the entire property as a group. But they need to have, their businesses are going to be ongoing still. Ours is going to shut down. The Hagen company needs to continue trucking. I know from speaking with them, they'd rather move further east because that's where most of their trucking business is. And Mr. Essex said, as long as he could find a comparable piece of property to move to, he'd be willing to move. He didn't specify which direction or area he wanted to move to, but he is willing to sell for the right price. Just like anybody who owns anything would like to get a desirable price for their property. The sticking point is finding a place for the Hagen Trucking Company.
So they're having a hard time finding a half-acre piece of land somewhere. Is that kind of
right? They're able to park trailers there. They're able to fit their truck and a trailer inside their building. They use that as a shop, one of their shop locations, and uses that facility. They like the fact that the restrictions aren't so restrictive for the trucking industry. They can come and go without having hourly restrictions on when they're allowed to leave, when they have to be back by. They want the ability to park 4 or 5 trailers. They want the ability to drive through the building with a trailer. So there's truck specific requests that they have. They didn't want anything bigger than what they had as far as a building size, but they wanted the same amenities or features that this particular space gives them or affords them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Anyone else before I close the hearing? All right, 8:10. I'm closing the public hearing and bringing the discussion back to the commissioners. So go ahead, someone.
Commissioner.
All right.
Urbanski.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Urbanski.
So Liz, Kevin, there's no way that we can just extend the amount of cars that they can have there without redoing the whole CUP process, or just making it reviewable on an annual basis type thing, or attaching it to that it ceases to exist at the time of the next sale? Oh, you're muted, Liz.
Sorry about that. For the last point, no, we wouldn't be able to condition it on a point of sale again, just with the challenges that surround tracking a sale. With any amendment to a CUP, it does trigger the entire process to be looked at and analyzed. So it's not simply just, looking at that one condition, unless for some reason the council is directing us a certain way. But from our process and standpoint, any amendment or request to change the CUP requires our full analysis of it.
Liz, can I ask you this?
Yes,
Assuming, let's say, that total loss did not ask for an increase in CUP, but they did now, and let's just assume that this is not granted. Can they go back to business as usual without, is somebody, is the city going to be out there counting their cars now, or can they continue to operate as they have been a fairly good neighbor up there?
they can operate under the current CUP because that's approved. And again, we're on a complaint-driven basis. So
Oh,
unless
there you go. That's right. You did mention that. I forgot
Yep.
that part.
Again, unless the council proceeds a different way, that's how we've been doing business in the past.
This is Commissioner Brass. I just wanted to clarify. So the applicant talked about trenching and piles of dirt, and Mr. Hirsch, who I guess I'm not familiar. He's a general contractor, I take it. Or who's Mr. Hirsch?
I believe he worked on the project when we did the utilities through their property.
Right. So on the edge of the property by the road.
Right. Yep.
Okay. So I mean, in regards to the environmental, again, I have some experience in this with environmental reporting and phase 1s and phase 2s. Just speaking to the commission, digging up the edge of a property, not near where the cars may or may not be parked, having a general contractor look at dirt and determine that in his mind it looks good enough to put back into the hole, versus actually soil testing that contamination from a Braun Intertech or something like that knows what they're doing. Unless Mr. Hirsch is an environmental engineer, I would say that doesn't constitute me declaring. I wouldn't. Just for me, I just want to say, I wouldn't say that soil is clean. I mean, you would need to go out there and do actual soil borings and go down 16 feet and pull borings and test and analyze and sample and put it through, spectrography and make sure the soil is clean. And, on the areas where heavily parked cars are. Now, most likely it is, or maybe it's not. I don't know. He says that the fluids are out of the vehicles at the time he comes on the site. And, perhaps that's mostly true. But I just wanted to say for record, I don't think a utility dig on the edge of the property from a general contractor constitutes declaring that the site is clean or shouldn't be evaluated further, at least from that standpoint. So, and that would be for him or any buyer going forward. I mean, obviously a full phase 1, phase 2 would need to be done, I think. The Cooper's comparison to me is apples and oranges. We're looking at 2 different zonings, retail, industrial, conditional use permit. Their whole, the whole zoning ordinance and codes are completely differently written for what the aspect of that city convenience is for people. I guess that's my couple of comments there. And also the 450 limit, it is concerning if we can't sunset that thing to terminate on a sale clause, then it does follow the property, and it can follow, just like this. It's the CUP has been in process, since 1984. If someone were to buy this and it goes against our comp plan and we get the 450 on there, that just again contradicts what we're trying to do with our city. So I guess that is a little bit a little bit concerning for me.
This is
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lacy.
Yeah, you go ahead.
It appears that Mr. Lindstrom and their business is a very good neighbor, and
Yeah.
have worked very hard. My concern is that the CUP survives, goes with the land, and the next tenant may not have the same concern and attention to detail as Mr. Lindstrom. So that's my concern, that this CUP will continue.
That's well said.
I agree with that as well. I mean, they've done a good job with this business. They've kept this business, at this size, skirting the top of the CUP, going over a little bit. But if the property sells at a 450 CUP, I certainly would advertise it, and I assume they would, as a business that can handle 450 cars. So somebody who's going to buy that is going to buy with the full intent of putting 450 cars on there. And on a daily basis, that's a completely different ballgame environmentally, traffic wise, the neighborhood, which is encroaching on this property with new development, and very much in against the 2040 plan.
I agree.
This is Commissioner Olson, and I think we're all getting hung up on the 450 count. And, I understand completely where Mr. Lindstrom's coming from as into why, but when he gets down to it, it's how long is he over or at that max level? It's like, what's the turnaround time of the, from when the cars are received till they're going to auction? I mean, we're talking about a short period of time because that's his business. His business is to, get the cars, market it, auction it, move on. And we're talking about the disasters, so to speak, and he's trying to cover himself from a business side of things from the disaster. So why can't we look at the CUP as what's the normal business, and then having that ability for the few times every handful of years that the business is going to have to adapt to what the market provides, which is natural disasters, and to be able to account for that for his business. So, if he's saying that on the wintertime averages, get up to 250, change the CUP to be 250 within the same 2 acres, with the caveat that they can, for a period of time, exceed the CUP based on market demand, with the expectation that it gets back to a level that's within the new CUP levels. I mean, it's tough to be able to say, it's like, well, he can't do it. He can't run his business. He's coming forward and trying to be in compliance with it. So the question is, how can we help him be in compliance for him operating the business as it sits today, while they're still trying to figure out the continue business and support and make a living versus sell it to a developer that obviously you have 3 parties in that mix, and who knows who's going to be in agreement with the ultimate price. So you're kind of handcuffed on the development side of things, but there's no reason why we can't work with the CUP on the count side with providing some variability with that as well too, just what the business needs.
Commissioner Olson, I'm with you. I'll think that I want to say, first of all, Mr. Lishholm, thank you, to you and your father, that, you what you are American heroes. You're small business owners, and you've contributed to our community for 34 years. And you've not only paid taxes for us, but you've also been good stewards. Right? I would venture most of us on this commission aren't even really familiar with your property. And that's because, you've managed it, appropriately. you know, and I think that, you know, a lot of the arguments against this are probably not really applicable. And it's evident by your 34 years of performance in our community without us really being aware of it. You know, I don't think this screening is an issue, you know, because of the buffer from the adjacent neighborhoods, because of the terrain and the trees. I think if there is an environmental issue over the 34 years, it's there. And when you go sell it, you know, the buyer is going to do their due diligence and do the phase 1 environmental survey and transfer that risk to you. And so that, I don't think that's our concern. And I think just generally, you know, I think the question of 150 cars, 250 cars, 450 cars, it's arbitrary and capricious. It's 2 acres of storage relative to your property that's within the conditional use permit. And I don't care how many cars you put on there. I think you've been good stewards. If you want to put 250 cars on that 2 acres, it's fine by me, and I'd support you at that. I don't support you in expanding storage to 3 acres. So, you know, to Commissioner Olson's point, you know, we'd like to, you know, acknowledge you and reward you and support you in your endeavors going forward, and do that. And I'd like to do it within the bounds of the 2 acres. So that commissioners, that's where I'm at.
So I have a question now that a couple of these things have been brought up. What's on the table tonight is a CUP for 450 cars. As far as I know, all we can do is act on this. Now, Kevin or Liz, is it within our purview to adjust the CUP to something that we feel is more appropriate?
Only if the applicant agrees.
Okay, all right. So the answer to that, because my question from the beginning is, why does the applicant want to triple the size of the CUP? It's, to me, fairly evident that would, you know, make your land more valuable, and I'm certainly not against that, or make your business more valuable, but you're tripling the size of the business, and the nature of the business going forward does not fit with the future use of that site.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Brass. I'll expand on that. I agree. I see it both sides. I would love to reward. I mean, a great business in the city. Been here forever. It's commendable. I understand maybe it's arbitrary the number of cars. The question, you know, with you expanding the size, I would love to make this, you know, site more valuable, but at the contradiction that we're supposed to uphold for the city guiding this land and its comp plan to become high density residential, I just feel, for me, voting to do that in direct contradiction to what we're supposed to try to do for the vision of our city isn't, just for me, is a little bit troublesome. So maybe within the confines of 2 acres, or, you know, versus 3. Also, the point of policing it, you know, can we have 250 for a while and it goes back down to 150 if we do a CUP? I think that's really tough, because who's going to police it? And just like now, I think he had mentioned, the applicant had said, there's only been 1 complaint in 34 years, or since 1984. So if that's the case, and it's a complaint-driven process and no one's complaining, I mean, why even, I mean, I'm not trying to like say, go ahead and go do stuff that you're not supposed to, but you know, like, no one's even like policing it now. Like, why would the need to even, I mean, it's like you said, it's well covered, and I don't know why upset the apple cart. I just, like, you know, what's the reasoning? I mean, I guess to be in compliance, but no one even knew there wasn't any compliance. It's just a little bit, it's interesting to me. I just trying to figure out the logic of it.
You know, Rob, I can appreciate that, but I think if it were black and white, they wouldn't need us. You wouldn't need a planning commission. And these are the instances where we have to use discretion, and you have to take into, you know, account, the circumstances and the history and make a judgment call, and allow, and then we make a recommendation to city council. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be, just in my short time on this commission, I've seen, a number of situations where we've had to just take the big picture into account and allow, even if it's not called a variance necessarily, allow things to go forward because it's in the best interest of the community. And I think supporting this business and the viability of potentially for them to sell the business is in the best interest of the community.
I've got a question, and maybe Liz, you can help me with this, but a special use permit, does that run with the property, or does that run, is it reevaluated on an annual basis?
Special use permit is no different than a conditional use permit. So it runs with the land.
Is there something we can do creatively that would allow us to attach or layer on some sort of permit or variance that would allow us to increase the number of cars to 450 to be reviewed on an annual basis?
With any conditional use permit, you can attach a review period on it if you so wish.
The only piece to that I'd add to Liz's is, okay, you let's just say, for sake of argument, you do that. Okay, he's at 450. And he's at 450 for an entire year. What's your recourse? I mean, there's nothing, if you just say to go to 450, he can go to 450, or somebody else can come in and do a similar business, but entirely different.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got clients that take advantage of this exact situation.
That could be not the way they do it, but if you just say 450, now if you say 450 for 10 days, that's entirely different. But if you just say 450, I'm just trying to think of, down the road, we bring it in and you're like, oh, this is horrible. It's like, well, what's your basis for revoking this permit? You need to have well thought out strategy in the beginning to deal with any eventuality that you have in the future, so that you can say, because you're giving them a land use right. And you would need a very solid position to remove that and take that right away once it's granted. And so that's where you would need to be thoughtful if you were wanted to go down that path.
And just to reiterate, it is complaint driven, not compliant driven, with the city monitoring.
Yes, our code enforcement process is complaint driven at this time. I mean, you're looking at Liz, who has multiple jobs, and so at this point in time, and for the long history of Chaska, it's that's been the way that has been dealt with. Yes.
I would like to add to the commission what Kevin said. What this is, when we, to not lose track of what a conditional use permit is, it is a land right. It's not just like, oh, we can just let this guy do this, or this applicant do that, or this person have that. It goes with the land forever. It's extremely, like, once you grant it, it's a title right to the land. And so it's not just like a simple, it really does need a lot of thought. I just want to make sure just pointing that out, like Kevin said, it's a land right. I'm not overemphasize it, but it is a serious thing that does go with the land. I've got clients myself that look to try to take advantage of these situations for used car lots, salvage yards, stuff like that, where it's already been granted. They know it's been granted. It's you hear grandfathered in, and people come in and they can sell it with a non-conforming use and keep using it for for as long as they can. And it switches. It's not a nice clean operation. Someone else comes in, buys the thing, and starts stacking cars 6 feet tall and, whatever, and they're not clean. They're right off the, the collision yard, and they're not drained. I mean, so with the, when you have a land right and it changes ownership, you have no control over that ownership change. And it could, something else can happen. And so that's where I think the problem lies, is as well with the confliction with the guide for our city. That's just I think that's my last 2 cents.
No, I think that's good, Commissioner Brass. Maybe just engage you there. I mean, I hear you, and
but I feel for the applicant, because I get what he's saying. And I just feel like you could probably do what you want to do. I'm not telling him to break the law or whatever, but Liz isn't out there counting cars. Yeah,
but to their credit, they want to be in compliance, right? They want to bring their business into compliance, and they want to provide continuity so that their business can continue on. To their credit, right?
I think that being that, I hate to I hate to stymie the conversation, but we have so much business tonight.
Chairman,
I feel we should vote on what was presented, and Kevin or Liz, let me know, is there anything that stops Mr. Lishholm from coming back and asking for a smaller CUP than 450, or if we deny this one?
Or a 2 acre versus 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
No, they can come back with an indefinite amount of requests if they really wanted to. So if this gets denied, they could come back with a different request.
And Chairman Dalkey, I mean, I support them if they come back at 2 acres and they fulfilled the conditions. To Commissioner Brass's point, there are concerns about the legacy of this property and it continuing on, and so they've got to meet those things. Like if they stack 6 cars high, they better have screening so that their property, the adjacent property, doesn't see it.
So
I mean, I'll support that.
My opinion tonight is that the commission make a motion and vote on what to recommend to the city council based on what was asked for tonight. So, and then he still gets to go in front of the council, and if it's still unresolved at that time, he can continue the process, as Liz said, as to try to get satisfaction. Any comment on that?
I see that Mr. Lishholm has his hand raised. I'm not sure if he's want to clarify. Or say
well,
something.
we're done with the public hearing. I'm, not that I don't want him to have more input, but I gotta be the traffic cop here too tonight. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the reason why I asked, the reason why I was saying that is because, in even our preliminary and concept plans, we put stipulations on what the next step should be. And I guess that's the part where if we can come to a resolution, if I guess I should say, if it's a quick and easy one, saying, if you were to be able to reduce the count and keep within the 2 acres, is that something that we could recommend to the city council? Or is it hard pressed that we have to hold to the letter of the 450 to 3 acres? That's my question right now, so that we can, if we can come to a quick resolution to be able to pass to the city council, great. If not, then yeah, we have to do more work, and the applicant has to do more work.
Liz, what are your thoughts, sir?
Chairman Dalkey, this is Urbanski.
Yes.
Could we entertain tabling this? I mean, I think the applicant has heard our concerns, and maybe there's something that they can do with the city and come back next month with a better resolution.
How are we doing on timing, Liz?
In terms of the review period.
Yes.
Well, we sent out a 60-day notice, so up until mid-July, July 17th, I believe.
Okay.
We're okay.
So technically we have room there. It's your call.
Okay.
I'd like to hear him speak. I think it's bad government if we don't give him an opportunity to speak.
Right. It's also bad government to let everyone else that's here.
But
But
he's, I mean, I agree with both sides, but he sent, 30 pages of information. I read it all. I spent an hour, he took a long time going over everything in detail. I think we've heard everything. We've got other people in our city that want to get their agenda seen here. I think we should take a vote on this. And if it doesn't work out, he can go to council, plead his case. He can come back. He can come back with a revised resolution, but I think we should at least give the applicant a vote tonight on whether or not he, gets this through.
is someone willing to make the motion that's on the table?
I will make the motion so we can get a vote. Let me pull up let me pull it up here.
Otherwise, okay, good.
So I'll make a motion to recommend denial of the conditional use permit amendment for total loss. Total loss broker is PC 2021-07. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Commissioner Lacy will second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, Liz, please do the roll.
Brass,
Aye.
Lacy,
Aye.
Olson,
Nay.
Riley,
I'm gonna abstain. I think this is flawed, but I'll abstain.
Seiler,
Aye.
Urbanski,
Aye.
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. All right, thank you. Thank you to the applicant, and depending on what happens in front of the council, obviously continue with whatever is best for your business. Next, we're going to 7.3 on the agenda, recommend approval of the concept plan for the Ensconced Woods. Johnson-Reiland Builders and Remodelers, Inc., PC number 2021-06. Liz, please.
Yes, give me one moment. I just need to pull it up here. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Can I get a thumbs up if you can see this?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Like Chairperson Dalkey mentioned, we have a concept plan requested tonight for Ensconced Woods being proposed by Johnson-Reiland Builders and Remodelers. So to give you an overview of the site they're looking at, it's highlighted in blue here. Basically encompasses a property owned by Linda Carlson, which is the westerlymost property, and then a property owned by Steve Roebling on the east side here. Just to quickly mention, Linda Carlson's property basically encompasses this entire area that I'm highlighting right now, but they're only looking at the north 15 acres of that because it is dissected by the creek and ravine system kind of in its midsection. And then the Roebling piece is its entire 10 acres. And then just to clarify kind of surrounding properties, we have Founders Ridge just on the west side, County Road 44 or Big Woods Boulevard on the north side of the site. Additional residential on the north, additional residential on the east, and total loss, which we were just discussing earlier on the east there too. So Founders Ridge, which is the established neighborhood next to this one, was approved in November 2013 and February of 2015 for both of their plats out there. Stub streets are basically provided on 3 of its sides, on the west, south, and east sides. The one area that we're looking at in particular is Founders Path, which stubs on the eastern edge of Founders Ridge, and essentially was anticipating the development of the Carlson land and Roebling land just to the east of it. It was back in June of 2020, so almost a year from today, that an initial concept plan came forward for Linda Carlson's site, and that was approved at that time for a 24 detached villa development by a different developer. As you can see, it's no longer moving forward as that was previously shown. We have a completely different concept plan ahead of us tonight, and we'll go over that. The developer who's working on this newer concept plan project did conduct a neighborhood meeting on April 23rd, so that the neighbors could hear about the project firsthand and provide initial comments. And from that meeting, they received comments pertaining to traffic, tree preservation, and just general plat details. So the concept plan request this evening is for a 29 lot detached single family development. In addition to that, they are showing 1 lot for the existing Roebling residence, which I'll show in a later on plan. So in total, there will be 30 lots as a part of this proposal, the way it's shown on the concept plan. The comprehensive plan guides this area for low density residential, and this plan is consistent with that. In terms of some existing conditions happening both on the Carlson and Roebling site, again, it encompasses approximately 25 acres in size. There's a house and outbuildings on the Linda Carlson piece, all of which will be removed with this proposal. And then you have Steve Roebling's house kind of on the northwest portion of his property, gaining access off of County Road 44. At this time, they're showing it to be maintained or remain where it's at and where it accesses. One wetland was identified on the overall 25 acres as of yet, which is on the Carlson piece. They'll have to do a more thorough wetland delineation for the preliminary, so we'll know more at that time as well. The creek and ravine system, again, kind of bifurcates the south ends of the Roebling site and kind of the midsection of Carlson's, but will very well be kind of the southern limits of this proposed development. And then the developer also did conduct a tree survey over both properties, and I'll show some results of that later on. And then if we need a reference back to this for any reason, this is their site forces exhibit, just showing different views and kind of pieces within the site that they've analyzed. But here is the concept plan and the layout of the 29 new lots. So Founders Path, again, stubs off on that eastern side. That will basically be extended to the east, kind of dip down and provide a cul-de-sac at the end of Roebling's property. A second cul-de-sac is proposed kind of on the northwest portion of Carlson's property to gain access to those 29 lots. And then they are also showing a private drive extension off of this public roadway to access 4 lots. And again, this has public utility running underneath it. And from just basically our analysis of kind of the layout here and mixing public and private infrastructure, it just doesn't work, just from everything you need to fit in there and everything that needs to be kind of separate from each other. A turnaround would also be needed off of a private drive of this length, which from what we can see here, there doesn't appear to be room, or it would be rather tight. So I think overall, just based on kind of all the components working against the private drive here, we have basically analyzed that this piece should be removed. It will allow for additional tree preservation and allow all the lots to be oriented off of public right-of-way. As you can see, there's no access on a County Road 44, and that is Carver County driven. As it is their roadway, they have stated that no additional access will be allowed from these two parcels. So access through the Founders Ridge development is necessary and required per Carver County. They are showing a potential construction access, however, on the county road, which would be a temporary access during the time of construction. And I think generally speaking, Carver County is okay with this. I think as long as their standards are met and timelines are met as well to have this here. The developer is starting to anticipate certain areas where construction traffic can be oriented off of instead of going through existing neighborhoods. Another item of note, just in terms of layout, they have several ponding areas identified on the site. And typically with these ponding areas, they do need to be in separate outlots, either to be owned by the HOA or owned by the city. And some of them are showing to be in private yard space. So moving forward, they'll have to make that change. In addition to that, they'll have to ensure that maintenance accesses are provided to these pieces, which also need to be in separate outlets. So they'll just have to figure out a way to pond, but also provide adequate access and delineation of those on the plan. And then lastly, wooded steep slope is present. Definitely on the south side of this site. It was delineated and confirmed on the Carlson piece shortly after their concept plan approval. The Roebling piece will also have to do that same process just to delineate out where that exact line is. But with that, there's a 50-foot building setback and a 30-foot no grade, no mow setback. And as of right now, they're showing the lots outside of that line of generally where it could be. So there's, at this point, not a present issue on that. And then tree preservation is very important for both of these sites. They are pretty wooded. Carlson's has more of a altered non-native wooded area, but they also have big woods area as identified by the arborist that they've hired for doing the tree surveys. And so they've shown kind of the layout or presence of certain types of trees over the site. For the Carlson piece, they're showing altered non-native species, which is basically species that kind of have popped up over time or species that have been planted by the property owner. And that is encompassed by kind of this golden area on the property. The darker green areas are planted evergreens. So again, something created by the landowner. And then this green area is the big woods area, which encompasses kind of more of those larger trees. And those are kind of segmented more so in the wooded steep slope area, which would be protected also along the county road side, shown to be protected as well. So just looking at that further as they continue on in their process. So priority, obviously, we want to be given to kind of those bigger species and significant trees on site. And then they did the same analysis for the Carlson site. They have kind of a general open area of scattered large trees kind of mixed in with the overall yard for the Roebling site. And then you also have what the arborist has called Southern Mesic Maple Basswood Forest areas, which essentially encompasses kind of the eastern and southern edges of the overall site. And this is where, again, more of those mature trees are. They'll range anywhere from younger to older. and maturity. So again, as these sites continue to move forward, looking at the additional possibilities of tree preservation, more so in the yards of these properties, where there's opportunity to do that, that grading will allow. So again, something that they'll have to continue to look at as they move on to preliminary approvals. So Johnson-Reiland Builders and Remodelers, they're a custom home build. Maybe something I didn't touch on well enough on the concept plan pages. You know, these will be custom homes, so they are a little bit larger lots to kind of fit in with the treed or wooded area of the site. It gives them a little bit more opportunity for tree preservation within the yards with the custom homes and these larger lots. But wanted to provide a couple examples of their work, which is shown in these images here of homes they've built before. So just to touch on the things that they'll have to work towards preliminary. So further evaluating the tree preservation on the site, specifically in the areas kind of designated as the big woods and southern mesic maple basswood forest areas. Looking specifically at where trees could be preserved in front or rear yards, given that these are a little bit larger lots and custom home builds as well. And then in terms of the layout, which is kind of coincides with the tree preservation, is looking or eliminating the private drive that stems off the public right-of-way, as it just doesn't seem to fit with all of the parameters that are required with a private drive. So with the lots that kind of orient off there now, being able to orient those onto the public street and kind of open up that backside could provide for additional tree preservation. So it almost satisfies two pieces there. And then just ensuring that specific setbacks applied on the property adjacent to the county road and then to wooded steep slope, that those are maintained as they continue forward. But in conclusion, at a concept plan level, they're in a relatively good spot. So we are asking you to make a motion this evening to recommend approval of the concept plan for Ensconced Woods, and then based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. I believe the applicant is in the audience if you have questions for them. Otherwise, happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Any at the commission level, any questions for Liz?
So Liz, I'll ask a quick question. That was pretty evident in our materials, and you went through it, that the access or any new access to the county road is not going to happen. With that said, you know, that's a county decision. But with that said, what would the review process be to possibly maybe implement a little bit more traffic restriction on Founder's Path if there was a need, or you know, some parties wanted to maybe put a stop sign in somewhere to, you know, just to slow down. It's a long, narrow street, and right now, once you turn on it, you can just probably fly out of the neighborhood from Founder's Path, take a right on Founder's Way, and go to the county road.
That's a good point.
It's hard for me to answer that, as I'm not a traffic engineer nor a public works director. But given that stretch of road, I'm not sure if and where a stop sign would be warranted. I think it has to meet a certain set of parameters in order to put a stop sign in. And I'm not quite sure what that would be exactly. But that would be their call, essentially.
Also, Liz, did I see somewhere in the literature, the county would consider a temporary entrance off of Big Woods for during construction?
Yes. So
Good,
yep, they did give kind of a brief analysis to the temporary construction access. So the applicant will just have to work or continue to work with the county on securing that.
All right, and I apologize if you already mentioned that, but
Nope, that's all right.
anything else for Liz? Also, I assume that's Mr. Reiland of Johnson-Reiland that's on with us. Could we unmute him for any questions?
I do have a question for the applicant.
Hi,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Paul. Go ahead and ask your question. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brass.
Should we have him state his name and address?
Oh, yeah, please do. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Paul Reiland, and I'm at 308 Nevada Street in Northfield, Minnesota.
Thank you. My question basically is just with the access through Founder's Path. I did see an attached memo. You had a neighborhood meeting. Were you at that meeting? Were you part of that meeting, or like a representative of yours? And how was the neighborhood in reaction to just the increased traffic? It seems like it's like it wouldn't be that many more. I mean, it's a low density, nice looking homes. It looks like a good development. Just curious what their reaction was. The neighborhood memo that we kind of got attached was very brief. It just said, we were there, it looked good, and people were happy, kind of thing. Like, can you give a little more detail on what kind of transpired there?
Sure, I'd happy to. I was the host of the meeting. I ran the meeting, and it was about 45 minutes long. We left from, I had about 15 minutes for a presentation, and then we had some discussion from the neighbors. We had about 6 neighbors on the call. I get a couple of emails before and after. And I would say the traffic question was the number one concern. We did point out that this is the lowest density allowable in this zoning, and that seemed to ring true to them. There definitely is some difference of opinion. I'd say it seems to be about 50-50 between neighborhood members who understand and approve of the current design, and others that might think that it might be better to have an access directly onto County Road 44. But I don't know that traffic experts would probably think that this current design would actually be more traffic calming and than through streets onto a busy curvaceous county road. So, but we are planning on doing a follow-up meeting after we get a little further along, which was requested by a few of the neighbors. And we did have one of the neighbors that offered to use their backyard for that follow-up meeting. And then, so we do plan on communicating further with the neighbors. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I think it did. It just gave a little more insight. It was just a very brief neighborhood meeting memo, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
Mr. Reiland, what is the price ranges or price points on this development?
Well, right now they're still approximate because we don't, until we get our concept drawing done and we get all our costs back. But we're estimating package prices starting as in the high 6 range. Most likely 7s and 8s is most likely where we'll end up, or higher depending upon the customization. The lots are. I would not say the lots they're slightly oversized for single family lots. We're seeing traditionally these would not be considered oversized single family lots, but we are seeing in the market 60 and 65 foot wide pads now. These are guided towards 75. So I would say these are more traditional size. Our target market is move up families and retirees. But what we find is in order to do a good job with 1-story homes for retirees, we do require a little more width. And so that's why we've designed it but these are not cookie cutter homes. We'll custom design every home to the lot taking into consideration the characteristics of the lot and preserving whatever we can there, and the customer's needs. So it's a custom, old-fashioned custom process is what we do.
Okay, does any other commissioners have any questions for the developer? Otherwise, I'm gonna open it up for questions. Okay, Kevin, do we have anybody that wants to speak?
We do not have anybody with their hand raised.
Okay. All right, well then, do we have, I guess, my opinion is it's a good start. I think Liz laid out the the steps
Commissioner-
that you guys need to look at. And
Commissioner Dalkey, we do have someone that just raised their hand. Would you like to
okay,
give them a
go
chance
ahead.
to speak? All right, Jillian,
Sure.
feel free to unmute. Please say your name and address as well.
Hi, I'm Jillian Tenwinkle. I'm at 3865 Dakota Court in Chaska. I am also the president of the Founders Ridge HOA. I have some questions and concerns from some neighbors. Obviously, construction traffic. We are concerned about all the cars and trucks coming through, as we do have a large amount of children who live in this neighborhood, young children. We are happy to see that it seems that the county is willing to give an access point to a certain amount. Obviously, when those lots sell, they're going to close that access point, which is something that we are concerned about. We're also wondering if this association or this neighborhood will have its own HOA and board. We run our own HOA and are hoping that they stay consistent with some of the things that we promote in our neighborhood, and hope to continue, like cleanliness of lots and appearance of lots. We were also hoping for some sort of access point onto County Road 44, which it appears that the county is not willing to give. One of the ideas that we did have was going south into town, down the hill, having a right in, right out option out of that neighborhood, like they have in other parts of Chaska, like leaving White Oak Drive. You have the right in, right out by Lorenz Clinic there. And those are just a few of the things that we really are concerned about and hope that you can address for us.
Right. These questions are directed towards me, correct? So as far as the HOA and the board, these are single family homes. So whether or not we have, most likely we would have some protective rules and covenants. We may or may not have an HOA or a board. However, I would be happy to meet with you, Jillian, or hear from you as to what you're doing and see how we can be consistent with that. We're open to those kind of suggestions. As far as the construction route, that is, I can add that may end up, the way that's currently structured, that cul-de-sac may end up in a second phase of construction while we preserve the Carlson residents for the short term. So that construction route may be able to stay open for a little bit longer time. But as demand and Mrs. Carlson's ability to move on, we would then build that cul-de-sac out and close that off, was our plan. And as far as the right in, right out, that's something that we'll take into consideration as we continue moving forward. But we have to respond to the county and the city's wishes as well. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Reiland. Anyone else, Kevin?
Nope, there's no one else.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jillian, for your comments and contributions. I'll bring it back to the council. Do we have any more discussion questions for Kevin, Liz, or Mr. Reiland? Okay, not hearing anything, I would entertain a motion for this project.
Chairman Dalkey, this is, Chairman
Yes, Todd, we know who you are.
Sorry. I drive by that property daily, and it's a gorgeous piece of property and a really hard property to work with.
Yeah.
I commend everybody on the thought that they put into this, and so I would go ahead and make that motion to recommend the city council approval of the Ensconced Woods concept plan for a 30-lot subdivision on 25 acres of land, subject to the I think it's 26 conditions.
Commissioner Brassel, second.
Thank you, guys. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Liz, please do the roll. You are muted, Liz.
Sorry. Keep doing
It's
that.
okay.
Commissioner Brass,
Aye.
Lacy,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Riley,
Aye.
Seiler,
Aye.
Urbanski,
I
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. All right, thank you, and good luck, Mr. Reiland, on your project.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to the preliminaries. Okay, next on the agenda, item 7D, recommend approval of the concept plan for Wagner Woods Lennar PC number 2021-10. Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. Do a quick screen share again. Last one of the night. Thumbs up if you can see. Thank you. As Chairperson Dalkey mentioned, we have another concept plan request in this evening for Wagner Woods, which is being proposed by Lennar. So the property that they are requesting this concept plan on is highlighted in blue here. It's a property owned by the Wagner family off of Audubon Road on the east side here. There's currently a home and various outbuildings on the property. It's also been farmed over the years, so you can see kind of where the farmland areas occurred on the property. In the immediate vicinity of this area, we have Autumn Woods neighborhood kind of abutting all three sides of this property on the north, west, and south sides. We have Autumn Woods south, just to the south. We have, Autumn Woods east, just to the south there. Autumn Woods east second. Autumn Woods original, kind of on the western edge there. We have some townhomes on the north side. And then the city of Chanhassen actually abuts County Road 15 or Audubon Road on the eastern side here. So that's what's across the street is the city of Chanhassen. Before I kind of get into kind of the details of the concept plan, I just want to go over kind of what the overall process is from a planning standpoint when we get a land use application in for a new subdivision or site plan, et cetera. So it's a three-step process, and within those three steps, it involves a concept plan, then a preliminary plan, and then a final plan. The concept plan, which is the first step that we're at right now, is kind of the general overview and high-level review of the proposal, kind of initiates the discussion on the project, starts to identify the issues and concerns with the overall project. And then after concept plan approval, the applicant can move on to preliminary. In this case, it would be preliminary plat and rezoning at that second step. Involved in this step is kind of more of a technical review, incorporating those necessary civil drawings, reports, studies, anything like that that gets requested or is required during the preliminary. And this step also starts to address most of the issues that were kind of brought up during the concept plan. And then lastly, the final, this should be kind of the dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Most of all of the issues that have been identified are addressed or will be addressed in some manner as this project moves forward. And with all these steps, it does require Planning Commission and City Council approval. So again, we're only at the first step in the process here, and it will be coming back for the preliminary when they do their plat and rezoning. In terms of previous approvals in and around the site, Autumn Woods and Autumn Woods South were approved in September of 1982 and September of 1994. And then I believe Autumn Woods East was also approved in 1994, which included the Ironwood Boulevard stub at the south end of the property. So that was in anticipation that the Wagner property would be developed. Now we have a concept plan in for it. The developer of this proposal did conduct a neighborhood meeting on May 3rd. And again, to kind of go over their concept plan and receive comments and concerns from the neighborhood. And the concerns that came out of that meeting related to density, lot sizes, traffic, and joining into the Jonathan Association. Just want to note that we did provide that document of neighborhood concerns as a part of the Planning Commission packet for everyone on the Planning Commission to review. So that is a part of the public record. Getting back to the request here, they're requesting approval of a concept plan for a 102 lot detached single family development. And as part of that, they are showing a public park space on a portion of the property. Both of these pieces are in line with the comprehensive plan for this area, guiding it to be low density residential, and also showing the need for a neighborhood park on this property as well. So they are staying consistent with that. In terms of the existing conditions of the property is about 45 acres in size. As I noted before, there's a house and several outbuildings on the property, all of which will be removed with this proposal. They have identified 5 separate wetlands on the property, totaling about 5 acres in size across all of those. I believe only a couple of those are shown to be remaining with the proposal moving forward. So they'll have to do wetland delineation report as they move forward, and potential mitigation measures as well on the ones they impact. And then wooded steep slope is also present on both the north and then a small portion on the south side, which they've identified and delineated, and we've confirmed that in the field as well. And they also have moved forward with a tree survey at this concept plan level. So again, most of these pieces aren't really required at a concept plan, but the developer did do the diligence of doing these at this initial step to get a better idea of conditions out there. So in terms of the tree survey, they did map out all of the trees that were inventoried on the site, and they are highlighted in different colors here to exemplify what condition they're in. I would say a majority are either in fair or good condition. There are some scattering of excellent and poor or dead trees as well. And this just kind of gives an idea of kind of what we're dealing with out here. In terms of the concept plan and kind of what they're laying out for the site, again, this is kind of their overall site plan. They're showing 102 lots. And within those lots, they have 2 different products that they're offering. which are dubbed as the Landmark and Venture Series for Lennar. The Landmark Series lots are the larger lots at 65 feet wide. And they propose 75 lots of this magnitude or of this size. And they're all oriented on the west side of Ironwood Boulevard extension. So basically everything I'm kind of highlighting here generally with my cursor. And then the Venture Series are the smaller detached single family lots, 50 foot wide. And there's 27 of those on the eastern side of the site that abut the county road there. Again, Ironwood Boulevard stubs on the south side. So they're basically extending that through to the north end at Autumnwoods Drive, where it would punch out and line up with the access to the townhomes to the north there. And this would be consistent with generally what staff comments would be in terms of appropriate positioning of an access would be to line up with existing access. They are not showing an access onto the county road, which is Audubon Road here. Again, Carver County has jurisdiction over access and spacing onto this road, and a full access would not be allowed, just given the spacing requirements between Autumnwoods Drive and Butternut Drive here. So those are of what we've received from the county thus far. And then with this edge being adjacent to a county road, we do emphasize the importance of having landscaping and berming along this edge to really provide that buffer and separation from this county road. And this would also be consistent with what was applied to the north at the townhomes adjacent. And then lastly, with the public park and what they're showing in this exhibit here, the northwest side of the site has been basically sanctioned as the public park space. Basically, this opening here with the park access shown here is what they're showing for that park space. And that is roughly about 2.6 acres. And I'm not going to get too much into detail on kind of the physics around the park space. The park board has already reviewed it and provided recommendations on that, and they'll continue to look at that moving forward. And I'll provide more of an update on that later on in my presentation. With the inventory or the tree survey that was done for the site, they've shown kind of the impact areas of the overall project. So a total of 722 trees were inventoried as a part of that survey. 591 of those trees are proposed to be saved, which run along kind of that wooded steep slope edge. A big portion is in the proposed park area. And then they are also saving a chunk on the south side here where there's tree canopy. And then they've circled out basically where the impact areas are, which there will be a stretch of it on the south side in the center of the site, and then a stretch on kind of the north and northwest sides here. So at where they're sitting right now, 131 trees are shown to be removed in those areas. And for the trees that are on the south side here, they are preserving those. The lots that abut this area will not encompass those trees, just to give a clear delineation of kind of what is being preserved. So the ones that are going to be saved will be in an outlot deeded to the city at this time. And then lastly, there's one cluster of trees more so near the park area that we've kind of slated as significant or having a lot of value. There's 4 significant oak trees kind of in this cluster that I've circled here, ranging in caliber from 29 inches to 41 inches, and that are in good and excellent condition. And we just want to see that those are further evaluated for tree preservation as this plan moves forward. Otherwise, from kind of a high level perspective, where they're starting out from a tree preservation standpoint, I think they're doing quite well. And then just wanted to show the Landmark and Venture series, kind of what the marketing material looks like for those. The Landmark series, again, is the larger of the two. These are just a couple marketing examples for that type of home. So those will be both a Rambler, but mostly 2-story homes on those lots. And then the Venture series, which is a little bit smaller in size, will also have 2-story and single-story options, and will be a little bit smaller product square footage wise. And then in terms of the park board, they did meet last night to go over the plan and what's being proposed for the park space. And just wanted to give an update on their recommendations, which were consistent with the park staff's comments. But generally speaking, they agreed to receiving a minimum of 2.65 acres for park, and then the remaining park dedication requirements as cash. And then omitting certain areas that were shown as park area, so that it creates more of a contiguous layout. So those are the last 2 points noted here, and omitting certain lots next to the park to achieve that 2.65 minimum, and to create more of a contiguous layout there is, basically the consensus that came out of that meeting. So a couple things to work on for the preliminary for this project. Tree preservation, further evaluating that cluster nearby the public park space. They will have to do a traffic report as required by the county, but also by the city for this size of development. And they'll have to work with the county and the city in developing a certain scope around that. And then also showing that adequate landscape and berm on the eastern edge of the site adjacent to the county road. And then in terms of the layout, ensuring that they meet the park board recommendations that were laid out for them last night. So in conclusion, we are asking you to make a motion to recommend approval of the concept plan for Wagner Woods, and then based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I do know the applicant is in the audience as well to help answer questions from the commission.
Liz, could you go back and show us the 3 lots that are the park board wants changed or eliminated?
Sure.
Just so we all got a better view of that.
Yep. So the 3 lots that they identified were basically right in this stretch here. So adjacent to where they showed the park opening. And then, so just, I think the thought is just to create kind of a more contiguous layout there adjacent to the development.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Liz, did I miss it? Is there an HOA associated with this specific development?
I would prefer that Josh Metzer with Lennar answer that if they have any new updates on that.
Okay, fair enough. And then with the park board review, so that question is probably tied together. So whether there's an HOA or not, that would define who maintains the park.
The park is going to be city owned.
It will be, okay.
Yes, it will.
All right, thank you.
Liz, Commissioner Urbanski, so Carver County is given a definite no to an extra access to that development then?
A full access, yes. Again, they haven't seen anything outside of that from an additional access point, but they will definitely not allow for another full access onto the county road.
Okay.
Could there be a right out or right in option? Maybe, but they haven't had the ability to evaluate that to see if that's doable.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Liz, following up on the traffic question we just had. It looks like we can get in and out, to the north and to the south there. If you go to the south, Butternut, that's a signalized intersection at Audubon, correct? And then if you go to the north at Autumn Woods there, that currently isn't signalized.
Nope, there's no signal there.
Is there any inkling on possibly putting a signal there to support a project like this?
Basically with the traffic study that has to be done, it will kind of evaluate that and see if there is a need for it. But Carver County ultimately is going to be kind of the jurisdictor on whether or not a signal is warranted. But usually that comes out of a traffic report.
Yeah, I don't know, just from a preference perspective, it's probably hopefully better for that neighborhood and everyone in that area maybe to get a signalized intersection there. So it might be a lot more even on entering and exiting that neighborhood.
Hey Liz, this is Commissioner Olson. It's glad to hear that the park board at least recommended the removal of those lots up by the proposed park location. But I'll play the Commissioner Cross card. But we're still talking about removing trees, and a lot of them, especially towards the south. I mean, yeah, the ones that are in the middle of the around the homestead. Yeah, there's not much you can do about those, but I'm really concerned about the ones specifically on the south. And then I was at the north one, but now with the park board discussing those lots, I think that they really need to do something about the location or just the dynamics of being able to save as many trees as possible along the edge, because since that's where the trees are, they can adjust the planning to be able to save as many as they can. And as well as it is odd that they're putting the public park space in the far corner of the division versus in a more centralized location of the plan. You've got all the houses along Audubon that are going to be a good distance away and a lot closer to the Autumn Woods Park on Butternut. So, I mean, they really need to look at the location of that park as well, too.
I can speak to that. The location was intentional to be in the northwest portion to actually connect to city-owned property that abuts the northwest and north sides of this property. And I can show that in an exhibit. But also within that, our parks director did go out to the site because the public park was shown on the south side of the site in our comp plan. And we went out there to evaluate if that seems to be a reasonable location. And it basically was determined that the northwest portion was the most idyllic of places on the site. And the park board did review that as well, and didn't have recommendations against it. So we do have to kind of lean to what the park board evaluates in regards to that. But just wanted to give a little bit of a background that area was kind of specified or selected for a reason, for a multitude of reasons.
But the park board was doing it based on the requirements of public space or open space for the development. And how it matched up with the city's needs versus the planning commission looking at the overall project, saying what optically makes the most sense for the proposed plan from our seat.
The park board has that. We as a planning commission really identify the general areas where public parks are located, but it's really the park board's responsibility to determine the size, scope, location of that park. Our job from a planning commission perspective, which this would meet, is identifying areas of the city that require parks, and what level of parks that might be, and to direct the applicants to respond to that, and which is what we've done. And they are providing a neighborhood scale park, and the park board's job really is to figure out how big, where in that general area it should go. And so they've done their part of the piece as well. And so we we should respect their expertise and their guidance on that as well. They did take our guidance in terms of where we thought neighborhood parks should be or where they were missing, and the applicant kind of is showing that, and work with the park staff and the park board to come up with where that should be located.
This is Commissioner Brass. So when we just to clarify, when we talk about park, is this just going to be open green space? Are we going to have like a basketball court, a playground, like, you know, a field?
It's a neighborhood park. It's a neighborhood park. So
that
it can be,
it'll have
playground. You know, I guess the actual what's located in there is typically play structures, recreational activities, and the park board and staff will meet with the residents of the entire neighborhood, not just this piece, but the entire neighborhood, to figure out what the needs and wants are, and come up with a plan for how to best develop that.
Okay, yeah, I just want to clarify that, because on the plan it just says, you know, this is like the park here. It doesn't actually show like a playground or like a representation of like something. So I just wanted to clarify that there would be something there, because I do share the same concerns, and I appreciate what you just said, that we should respect the park board. But at the same time, I'm looking at this development, I'm looking at, you know, 52 homes, which I guess I did the math, like just clocks in underneath the low density residential. When you look at this, it doesn't look like low density, but like when you do the math, it clocks in like one house under. I mean, they're really maximizing the site. It looks like they're taking existing wetland. Are they buying credits elsewhere to get rid of this wetland, basically?
I do not know, Liz.
Okay.
So anyway, that's probably a better question for the developer. So
yeah, and so like, you know, I love the idea of like the nice wooded parkland, lot 53, 54, 55 goes away. I love that. I just wish if we had some input, like, you know, somewhere in the middle, like lot 100, you know, is like a tot lot. I'm envisioning there's going to be a lot of young families, toddlers, children. These are entry-level homes, it looks like. You know, I'm looking at this Lennar development, like it looks like there's a lot of, you know, all these homes on Audubon look like they're going to be starter homes, young families, and they're going to have two-year-olds, 3-year-olds going all the way. I just wish there was like a little central playground, you know, something that, I mean, that's my feedback. If the park board hears it from this meeting, great. If not, whatever. I just think that there should be a central tot lot, I guess is what we call them, right? I mean, are familiar with, that would feel more normal.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Kevin, you're just trying to understand where the park board's coming from. Is on the southeast corner at the end of Butternut Drive and Ironwood Boulevard. Is that a city park there? So are they?
No, it is not. It's a Jonathan neighborhood park.
Oh, that opens a can of worms.
Yeah. So the concern is they're going to come down to that park. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
And then I'm also concerned, sorry, not to like, you know, the way that this dumps out onto Autumn Woods and also dumps out onto Butternut, like you're going to have a lot of traffic. It's going to back up, especially on the signalized area. It's going to back up on, I think Butternut has a signal, right? It's going to back up. It's going to go around the corner into the neighborhood. I feel like I'm like a, you know, post-COVID, back to normal life, hopefully one day, right? Like, you know, you're going to 8 a.m. in the morning, you're going to have like, it's just going to be,
I think
I know we can't do a lot about that because the county won't let us get an access. I mean, it's a little bit tough.
But I think that's part of, I mean, as Liz hit in the original entry or beginning of her presentation, is talking about the concept plan, trying to provide areas and questions that people have to address. And I think with the traffic study, we're going to understand the level of impacts at that location and what are the mitigation strategies that go with it. And maybe there's different alternatives that come out of that.
Right.
But I think that trying to guess right now is a little bit difficult for all of us without having the technical piece. But that's kind of that next piece that really comes with it, is trying to dig into it and identify the questions and the issues and the concerns at this point, so that they can start to dig into it and come back with, well, yeah, here's how you deal with that. As
Right,
part of their
understood.
preliminary. So yeah, that's a great question, and it's a great concern. And I think we need technical data to show, can that be managed? Can that be mitigated? If it can't, what are other solutions? But I think that's part of what a transportation analysis and why the county is talking about it as well. What is that impact? And so, we can all kind of play our transportation engineer. But
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
point,
no,
it's a bit
fair
early.
point.
It's a bit early for that, but it's a great question, and it's something that needs to be addressed, and it's something that's been identified as an issue.
Yeah.
And I think that if anybody lived there, you'd have that question, and it's probably pretty a logical question.
Yeah.
That what would happen there, and how do you deal with that? And I think that's kind of that next step is, okay, we got to deal with that. Whether there's trees, all those issues that you identify, it really gives them a work plan of things that they can come back with and say, here's what we heard from you as it relates to a concept plan. And now how have we responded? What have we learned? What have we done? What technical studies and analysis have we done to show that how we've responded to those comments are positive and have made an impactful change to the original concept?
Yeah. A quick question. Do you know, just a technical thing, the Venture series, the straight line of all the really tight lot line homes off of Audubon, are those technically single family homes? Are those detached townhomes? They're awfully in line.
At this point, I would probably just defer to the developer and
Gotcha.
Have them answer questions like that, because they're probably going to be, they're in a much better position to say, historically how they've approached those things.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Rob, I'm going to have Josh Metzer from Lennar jump on as soon as we're done with any questions for Kevin and Liz.
Okay, I'm good. I'll yield.
All right.
With regard to the Jonathan question, does Jonathan surround this tract on 3 sides? It does.
It
Okay.
does. Mhm.
Commissioner Urbanski, one question. I'm assuming that the water mains and sanitary sewer lines are sized adequately for that amount of homes there?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Has there been any discussion? Why is this neighborhood not going to be part of Jonathan Association? Or are we just not that far down the road yet?
I think Josh was probably going to speak to that this evening.
Oh, okay. All right. Anything else for Liz or Kevin? And otherwise, I'm going to yield to Josh and have him get on. All right. Josh, can you, I don't know if you can unmute yourself or if Kevin has to. Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Chair Dalkey and members of Planning Commission.
Please give us your full name and address, please.
Yep, my name is Josh Metzer with Lennar. Address at Lennar is 16305 36th Avenue North, Suite 600 in Plymouth. Thank you for the opportunity to be back here again tonight, talking about another opportunity for a new community here in Chaska for us. There's a few questions I will try to address, but just a few points I want to talk through. As Liz noted, we did have a neighborhood meeting on May 3rd, and based on concerns that were raised in that meeting and others raised in the letters that were submitted to the city, I'll kind of talk through those as I talk through the site plan here. Liz, is it possible to put the site plan back up as I talk through this? Just to give a visual reference. Thank you. So Liz, thank you for the great summary on the project. As Liz noted, 75 or basically 75% of the proposed homes will be our landmark series, which is our typical 3-car single family home that we build in a majority of our communities. These are a 50-foot wide home, that will fit with 7.5-foot setbacks, fit on a 65-foot wide lot. That's a very standard home and lot size that we build throughout the Twin Cities metro. So, and we'll get into density here in a minute. The homes along Audubon are definitely intended to be a single family. They're just a little bit smaller square footage than the other 75 homes. And in each of our communities, if we have the room to do so, we do like to diversify the products being offered, so that we're not, targeting just one market. We're trying to hit several demographics, and affordability is obviously a major issue in the Twin Cities right now, especially on new homes and single family homes. Now, these homes that these venture series that are along Audubon, they don't meet the definition of affordable, but the idea with these is to make acquiring a single family home with a yard and a garage for young families or young professionals, or even retirees that are looking to move down to a smaller home, looking to provide a product that is, if not by definition affordable, certainly more affordable, a single family product than a traditional new build single family that you'll find in the Twin Cities. So that's why we're looking at the mix of, kind of the idea behind the mix of products here. Now, density was a concern that was brought up, and yeah, certainly we recognize the fact that we're not going to have the same lot sizes as the homes to the west of us or the south of us, but the homes to the west of us were platted 40 years ago. The homes to the south of us were platted 25 years ago, and a lot has changed in 25 to 40 years in single family development. And the city also has, I read through the comp plan, and the 2040 comp plan states some of the housing goals is to create a diversified housing stock, and also to try to achieve some affordability in new housing. The city of Chaska is estimated to add, I can't remember the exact number, but thousands of new households and thousands of new residents between now and 2040. So with a plan like this, we think it's a little bit more in line with the goals of the city's comp plan versus if we were to try to match exactly what's been platted to the west and south of us 25 to 40 years ago. You're getting away from what the city's goals are in the comp plan. And as far as matching density, Autumnwood South. Now I know we don't directly abut Autumnwood South, but Autumnwood South does directly abut Autumnwoods East and Autumn Woods. And just using Carver County GIS, the overall density of Autumnwood South is 2.38 acres. Our proposed density is 2.43 acres. So we're just a hint above the density of Autumnwood South. Our average lot size, including both our venture lots along Audubon and our larger landmark lots, our average lot size is 0.26 acres, or roughly 11,275 square feet. Autumnwood South is 0.23 acres, average lot size square footage, 9,850. So on a lot size average, we're actually larger than Autumnwood South, a neighborhood that directly abuts Autumnwoods East and Autumn Woods, yet somehow functions perfectly as part of the overall Autumn Woods neighborhood. Let's see, site access was another concern. So immediately what our options for site access were the stub street of Ironwood directly to our south. That was stubbed to the south property line of the Wagner property with the idea or the plan that eventually this site would develop. and Ironwood would be extended through. So that is what we're proposing for one access. And one of our options to get to Audubon is Ironwood to Butternut. And as it was pointed out, it is a controlled intersection. Now, rather than looking to, and if you look to our north, it looks like we may actually have frontage on Autumnwoods Drive, but there is actually a city parcel between our north property line and the Autumnwoods right of way. So we are actually going to need to acquire a small portion of that city property in order to even have access to that Autumnwoods right of way. So for us, rather than creating an additional, what we'll call a third access point in between Autumnwoods Drive and Butternut at the middle of our site out onto Audubon, which it's my understanding if we did propose that, at best, the only thing that would be permitted is a right in, right out. And a traffic study would have to evaluate that, and the county could still decline allowing a right in, right out access. So rather than doing that, we thought the better option would be to acquire city property to be able to access Autumnwoods Drive to create a second access onto Audubon.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I have a quick question for clarification. Is that okay?
Sure.
You were just talking about Autumnwoods South and comparing the development to Autumnwoods South. And to clarify, you're not talking about south of this development.
No.
Down, you're talking about like across Audubon, like across the townhomes. Is that correct? Like
no. So directly south of us is Autumnwoods East.
Yep.
South of Autumnwoods East is Autumnwood South. So where you can see Simon's Drive, that's Autumnwood South.
Okay, so so you're going down by Simon's Drive. Okay, so I just want to clarify what you're comparing, because I'm on the GIS right now, and I was clicking on the lot sizes that are directly abutting the development, which are about a half acre each, 0.6, 0.5, 0.4. But you're actually going down past that to the next one, Autumnwood South, which to compare as like a more newer development, basically.
Well, to compare that, there is an Autumnwoods neighborhood within the greater Autumnwoods community.
Yeah.
That directly abuts another Autumnwoods neighborhood that has differing densities.
Okay, thank you.
And that, that's to my knowledge, no issues between these neighboring communities.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
No problem. And so our option was to create this secondary access to Autumnwoods Drive, which also gives people there the opportunity. It's a full intersection. They can go north, they can go south. If we didn't bring that connection to Autumnwoods Drive in and just did a right in, right out straight onto Audubon, the only opportunity for this entire neighborhood to get north on Audubon would be to come out Ironwood onto Butternut and then go north from there. So for us, providing these two access points onto Audubon, to us, it seems sufficient. It makes sense without needing to create another uncontrolled intersection access point onto a busy road of Audubon. Again, a traffic impact analysis or traffic study is going to be required. That'll be reviewed by the county. It'll be reviewed by the city. And one of the options that will be looked at is if a third access was proposed, what would the county's judgment be on that? So that'll be forthcoming by the time we submit for a preliminary plat, hopefully, and that'll tell us more at that point. The Jonathan Association question has come up. As explained at the park board and at the neighborhood meeting, I've been in discussions with Jeremy, the park board president, or not the park board president, the association president for Jonathan. And right now we're just, it is so early in the process. We're exploring it as an option to join the Jonathan. I'll say it's not something that's off the table. It's not something that's been set in stone and yep, we're going to be part of the Jonathan. It's been an ongoing conversation. There's documents, that we're reviewing. There's bylaws, declaration of covenants that need review and consideration. And to be honest, we don't even know the full scope of what sort of amenities or functions of this community would require an HOA maintenance. Certainly, probably some the landscaping buffer along Audubon would probably be good for HOA maintenance, and also some sidewalk clearing. Because one thing that this plan doesn't show, this plan was actually created before we did get some of the requirements, city requirements squared away, and sidewalks will actually be required on both sides of all these streets. So there will be significantly more sidewalk than what's shown here. So perhaps another element that an HOA could help to maintain, especially on stretches where there's sidewalk that don't front on a private lot. So, and then, yeah, so overall, I guess one other thing that might be of question is schedule. And we're looking to hopefully submit a preliminary plat here sometime in June, maybe July, depends. And once we get through the preliminary plat process, the idea would be to hopefully start grading activities sometime in late summer or early fall of this year. Utility and street construction sometime, hopefully in the fall, and then model construction, if we get enough done, would be late here in 2021 or likely spring of 2022. As Liz mentioned, we did have a park board meeting last night where they did make some recommendations for removing some lots to create a little bit more of a contiguous park area over on that west edge, and not looking to actually acquire that. What we had proposed is some additional parkland north of lots 42 through 44, 45. There was some additional parkland that we were proposing there as well, to kind of encompass the entire wetland and steep slope area as kind of just a greater, larger park. So our plan will be revised somewhat from what you're seeing here, just to accommodate that additional park area and revise what we were proposing over adjacent to lots 42 to 44. And also, seeing some of the concerns of the neighborhood, we're taking all this into consideration, taking notes, and certainly we'll, be happy to have any feedback that the Planning Commission has tonight. So I'll of course be here for any questions or additional comments, but that's all I've got for right now.
So Josh, just so that I understand you, the park board's recommendation to lose those 3 lots in the corner, I think 53 through 55, is your first thought, are you amenable to that or not?
Well, as I said, if you're out there to walk the site, and I think a reason that, city staff and the park board, initially picked this area is it's, a nice wooded area. It is adjacent to the steep slope that then overlooks this wetland. It's nice views. It's very pretty back there. And I guess we kind of thought the ideal park situation would be for the park to stretch from the west property line over to our what would be the extension of Ironwood Boulevard there, for the park to stretch all the way across there. And there, there is 2.6 acres of upland, excluding steep slopes and excluding the wetland. There was still 2.6 acres of area that we were of developable area that we were proposing to dedicate as this park. So the park would have been, across the entire wetland, basically surrounding the entire wetland. But it sounds like their preference is to just keep it over to that northwest edge and forego what was proposed over on the east side.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Josh from the commission before I ask for public comment?
Yeah, I got one, Chair Dalkey.
Yep, go ahead, Commissioner Riley.
Thank you. How about mail stops in a development with this layout? Where do people get their mail? I know it sounds pretty minor, but I'm just picturing myself living there. Where do I get my mail?
Great question.
Sure. In most of our communities, we do cluster mailboxes. I'm not sure the exact count or ratio of X number of homes will have a cluster mailbox at this location, but that's generally how we handle mail delivery and mailboxes is clustering.
Okay.
And the post office has a lot to say about
Do they?
how,
Okay.
how that occurs in new neighborhoods.
Fair. Yeah, I just look at it. It's such dense. Yeah, I get the outlots around the outside, and I appreciate what you're talking about. But from on the roadway system, it's pretty dense development. So I'm trying to picture where you put mail stops without it being in front of somebody's house, and then them having 20 cars pulling up every afternoon to check their mail. So I don't know if anyone else sees that, but that's one of the aspects that just struck me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. Hadn't thought about it. It's a good, fair point.
No, I mean, chances are the mail stops will be just on the corner of two lots right in front of homes. You know, that's the way they are in my neighborhood.
I guess that actually brings up another question or comment that I wanted to address. And Commissioner Brass, you had mentioned that it appears to you that we're one house under the low density threshold. The city actually defines low density, and this property is guided low density. Low density, according to your comp plan, is 2 units per acre to 5 units per acre. So we're at 2.46 units per acre. We're well below what the city would deem low density.
Yeah, thank you. And one other thing I'd asked Commissioner Delkey, which he had referred to you, just curious, which so the wetland area, there's one main one and a couple of smaller ones. Are you just doing credits elsewhere? Is that how you're going to handle that? Just curious.
Correct. Yeah, we will. We'll work with Riley Purgatory, Bluff Creek, and the Corps to obviously go through the wetland permitting process. We do actually have a wetland delineation that was just completed this week that we'll be sharing with the city and the wetland wetland district and obviously the other jurisdictions. But yes, for anything that we're proposing to impact, we will be purchasing credits for.
Maybe mitigate, yeah. And then lastly, again, I kind of touched on it earlier. I don't, within inside of City of Chaska, I don't want to step on toes, and I don't, we're at concept, so a lot can change. But I'm looking here, the average number of children per family is like 1.93. We got 52 houses. Let's say we have 100 children in this neighborhood. I just feel like I said before, I would highly advise or take into consideration some sort of tot lot in between in the middle. I know that probably means you remove a house, but I mean, just something to consider. I think it would be looked upon much favorably. Maybe the park board doesn't think that, and I'm not going to tell them how to do their job by any means, but a lot of neighborhoods that I'm familiar with in Chaska, other cities, have that little place that toddlers can go to. It's just a slide and a swing, and it's just whatever. And then there's the bigger park for the teenagers, the older kids, that has the basketball hoop and the volleyball thing or whatever it winds up being. But I just don't see a tot lot. I just, if you have it off all the way in one corner, it just kind of seems like it's a little out there. So that's my feedback. And then that's all I got.
Sure. And if I could, obviously we don't know what the programming is for the park that we're dedicating on the north side of the site. There could be tot lots provided. We're not sure yet, right? And of course, if this community does become a part of the Jonathan Association, they would have access to the park with a tot lot down on Ironwood and Butternut.
Yeah,
that's my understanding. Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna. That I think there's a whole other can of worms there with their association thing that comes up in a lot of meetings.
And I'm seeing some heads shaking, so maybe Jeremy and I need to have more conversations about this.
it winds up being, I think the idea there is it winds up being, hey, we're using their association, their park, but we're not being, you're not paying the dues into it. So I don't, that's a whole nother, I don't think on planning commission, we get involved on that, but that's a whole nother thing, I think.
Yeah, you're basically surrounded by the Jonathan
Surrounded,
Association.
yeah. And so we've had this before where it's close, you're on one side, but this one is a little bit, this one is about as overbearing as any that we've seen, where Jonathan is on all sides, and so you're going to have families, kids, people running to the Jonathan parks, the trails, to utilization. So I don't think we can't force it as planning commission. I'm just talking out loud to commissioners and just my thoughts, but if possible, if there's a way that it's amenable to work with the association, and it would be, I just think that makes sense in this development. And other ones I've advised against it, and the developer can do what they want to do. This one just seems like it makes more sense.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that's clarification. Maybe Jeremy can provide, Jeremy Ely.
Yeah.
It was my understanding that if this community joins the Jonathan Association, that these residents would have access to that park. That was my understanding. Yeah. That's one of the benefits of joining.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. I think if you joined it, if you're a part of it, then that's great. Right. But I don't want to, I'm not here to that's out of our realm as planning commission.
And we don't make the assumption that if we didn't join, that our residents would still be able to use that park. We don't make that assumption.
Yeah, but no one polices it. I mean, they still would, Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners before I open it up to the public? Okay, now I'm gonna ask Kevin to take names, open up to the public. I understand you guys are well organized, which is great. I would suggest that at almost 5 after 10 that we please don't get on just to comment about something to say something that has already been said. So, you guys may already have this all planned out, but let's be efficient and to the point, and so that we can get as many comments in as possible. Mr. Wright, I assume we have some hands up.
We do, Commissioner. Emily, you had your hand up first, if you'd like to unmute.
Thank you. My name is Emily Rome Welter, and I live at 2887 Ironwood Boulevard in Chaska. I'm here speaking tonight not only on behalf of my family, but on behalf of now we're up to 115 families on the surrounding streets who, having learned about this development and attended Josh's meeting, are extremely and extensively concerned on the issues that you have all raised and more. The families are from the streets of Autumnwoods Drive, Burr Oak Circle, Red Oak Circle, Julian Drive, Forest Ridge, Butternut Drive, Ironwood Boulevard, and Timberview Trail. And that is 115 out of 125 families, or 92% of the entire surrounding community. As you mentioned, I'd like to, if Liz could put up the first page of her presentation, that would be extremely helpful, Liz, if you're able to do that. For all of those on this call, I thought it might make just real quick sense. Some of you know this, but based on some of the questions, what we're talking about here. Yes, thank you. So obviously we have the plot of land that's at issue here. I want to start by saying there's no surrounding streets or communities here that is saying, gosh, don't build at all. It's not fair that the Wagners are selling their land. It's their land to sell. It's been for sale for a long time. We're happy for the Wagner family. On the other hand, it is not appropriate to balance the costs of this dense and extensive of a development solely on the backs of the people who have maintained and built additional value for this land over time. I personally, on behalf of also the 115 families, frankly, I take great umbrage at the statement that Josh made earlier that, gosh, some of this land was platted 40 years ago or 25 years ago. As if the contributions of the people living in and around here who have invested in custom homes, preserved the trees, adhered to the Jonathan Association rules, and paid for parks and trails, that's worth nothing. That's irrelevant somehow. That is not appropriate, and that is part of why we're all here tonight. I want to talk to the density piece for a second. So if we can leave this up. So the naming of these are a little bit odd. So see on the left side, Bur Oak Circle, Red Oak Circle, out down Autumn Woods. That was original Autumn Woods. Julian Drive to the north, that's called Autumn Woods North. Then underneath the current parcel, that's called Autumn Woods East because it's east of the original Autumn Woods. And then Autumn Woods South, where you see a little bit of it peeking there, Simon's Drive, that's called Autumn Woods South because it's south, again, of that original Autumn Woods, which borders on Hazeltine, as you can so clearly see. I don't want to repeat the concerns that you are all raising as commissioners, and frankly, as citizens of Chaska, we're tremendously thankful for your detailed questioning at this time. We also have read the comprehensive plan, and it states that the primary mission of the city of Chaska is to enhance and maintain the high quality of life of its, quote, shareholders, the citizens of Chaska. It also says that, quote, citizen efforts to maintain and strengthen their neighborhoods are encouraged. And that's what we're here doing tonight. I want to go right to the density piece because it's really one of the overwhelming problems and it drives the other problems that we see coming out of this concept plan. Let's talk about Autumn Woods South. I'm so delighted that Josh brought it up. Autumn Woods South was built in the 1990s. That's the one you're just seeing the top of it right there, Simon's Drive, peeking there. And yes, it does abut what's called Autumn Woods East and portions of Autumn Woods. I use the GIS mapping as well. And I don't know how the formulas work for developers, but just for simple math for all of us on this call. Autumn Woods South is 41.2 acres. That's if you take every single lot in Autumn Woods South, as well as all the green space. It has 68 homes and 19.34 acres of parks and trails. I'm going to repeat that. It has just over 19 acres of parks and trails. All of the lots there, the smallest lots, that is the smallest of the Autumn Woods developments. In Autumn Woods South, they range from 0.2 acres to just below a ½ acre. But of those smallest properties, if you study that platting, every single one of them backs up to woods, those small ones, Jonathan-owned property, or wetlands. And none of those properties is less than 70 feet wide. If you talk about the same measurements density-wise, Autumn Woods, those are custom homes. So that's the original on that left side there. Those are custom woods, and that's Autumn Woods Drive, Red Oak, Burr, and Acorn. It's 31.4 acres, 45 homes. So if you just divide those numbers, it's 0.75. Autumn Woods South, which I mentioned earlier, if you take those same numbers, it's 0.6. Well, what about Autumn Woods East? So that parcel right beneath the parcel at issue. Autumn Woods East is also custom homes. It's 43.5 acres, only 60 homes. So if you divide those numbers, it's 0.72. When you look at what they're proposing here on the Wagner land, they want to put 102 homes on the same size of parcels as the others that I've just described. 45.46 acres, 102 homes. The math on that is 0.44. And you can see the very, very little that they have dedicated for common space or green space or parks or tot lots. When you then, now I want to transition to the traffic piece. I know there's going to be a traffic study, and I want to just highlight quickly for this group the concerns on Butternut and on entering onto Audubon and Autumn Woods Drive onto Audubon have been touched on. I won't repeat those concerns. But I will just state that Lennar, even at this preliminary stage, during peak times, is anticipating 80 to 90 cars trying to exit at one time. I want you to look at how small Butternut Drive is. It's 3 houses long. The Autumn Woods Drive entrance onto Audubon is smaller than that, and it has no light. So what is that going to mean? Why were we able to get 115 homes in the entire development upset about this? Why are they upset? If you are coming out of the development and you're going down, you're going south on the new Ironwood Boulevard and you get to Butternut, are you going to wait in the humongous line of cars that's there? Or maybe there's not a line of cars. you are going to shoot through Ironwood over to Autumnwoods and dump out onto Pioneer Trail. Because you know why? It helps you skip 3 traffic lights if you do that. And you know what? If you go up north out of the neighborhood, you take Ironwood north and you go up onto Autumnwoods Drive, and you have that tiny little segment of road, and there's 70 cars trying to get out of this neighborhood, as well as all of Julian Drive and part of Autumnwoods trying to get out that same exit. Well, perhaps you'll just take a left instead of taking a right, and you're going to shoot right down Autumnwoods Drive, which has no sidewalks at all, and is the primary walking path for this entire development. And then you're going to take that and you're going to take that out to Pioneer Trail. If you do that, you also skip 3 lights, and actually you'll end up skipping 4 lights if a light is put at that intersection. So this traffic study, guys, I have to tell you, is really, really important to the safety and livability of this whole development, which is why you have so many people on this call and really upset, to be frank with you. What we're wanting overall, as we move through this process, and we understand that that's not happening tonight, is a dramatic decrease in the density of these homes. They are proposing to build homes that have 5-foot setbacks on the side. I'm asking you in this process from now till the end. A number of you have talked when Mr. Lisholm was fighting for his business, and as he continues to do that, there were statements made about respecting people who have paid taxes and been good stewards, and that you all should use your discretion and common sense as you look at plans like this. And we're asking you, we're begging you to do that as you go through this. The park issue is similarly tremendously important. A number of you have touched on it. If the park is just in that little corner up there, listen, I'm glad there's going to be a park, but we would want actually the city to take the whole 10% in acreage. Take the land now. Take the land now. We can pay for parks later. They're building this over a 3-year period. We can get the money to build a park. And do whatever you can to have them be a part of the Jonathan Association and add more green space, because otherwise, the people that we would love to be neighbors with and welcome into this development, right? They're going to be our neighbors. We want to be good neighbors. We've all been good neighbors to each other as each of these developments was added in. They're going to pour down into our park, right? And our trails, and they're going to overwhelm them. And if they're not paying for them, and if they're not having appropriate green space in their own development, they're just packing houses in there and funneling them out into our neighborhoods to walk and play. I will say just a couple of other things. The Jonathan Association piece is not only important because of the parks, but think about the fact that everyone who borders this land has followed the rules, whether you've lived there for 4 years or 40 years. And we have everyone in between that. That means you can't cut down the trees. You can't have a shed at the back of your yard. You can't park your boat there. You can't paint your house whatever color you want. You can't leave your trash out, et cetera, et cetera. And we've all done that. But guess what? For every one that abuts that, if they're not in there, they may have followed those rules for 40 years, and they're going to look out the back of their house at somebody's boat and a chain link fence and a big mess. And I just raise for you whether that's fair. I know that again, you can't force them, but please do what you can to push them on all of these issues. The last couple things I will say, the construction access on this, and of course the right-of-way access in. I don't want to skip over the traffic piece. Every development that was added here had its own access when it was added. Autumnwoods East, remember that's the one with Butternut there. We had our own access added. Then when they added Adamwood South down there, that little Simon's peeking out there, they have their own access. But yet somehow now we're going to have a development, the most dense by far of anything surrounding it, and it won't have its own access? That's really unacceptable for all of us. They may have to lose some lots. There may have to, perhaps the county will only allow a right in, right out. Whatever it takes to manage safely that traffic out, we're asking you to look at and push for. The construction access briefly, if they're going to be coming in off Butternut, please understand, first of all, there are 6 homes there. but the park that all of us use in the community is right there. The construction would be going right by our principal area where our kids play. Please don't have the construction access be there. Please have it be off of that county road. There's an existing long driveway. You can see it right there. They can use that for the time being and hopefully for most of it. We're asking for your help. I know that there are other things that we'll say at different times. I'm mindful of the fact that it's 10:15. We appreciate greatly your time and the fact that clearly all of you have read the materials we tried to quickly put together. The notice we had, frankly, was not long, so we tried our best to get things together. I'll try next time to have all of my comments in writing with the numbers and such so that there's not so much of me just reading it off or others. We are asking for your help. We are the people that live here. We are the current residents. Please help us manage the traffic and the safety and the density here to make it make sense for everyone, not just for Lennar. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate your comments. Kevin, Liz, can you pull that down for now? Thank you. Kevin, next up, please.
Yep. Next up, we have Jeremy.
Good evening,
Go
Chair
ahead.
Galkey, Planning Commission.
Hello, Mr. Ellie.
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Wonderful. I'll be brief tonight, Liz. Thank you for taking the time to include the comments from the existing members, as well as Emily doing a wonderful job representing our members in Autumn Woods. Additionally, I don't want to take too much time this evening. I know we're running late, but a couple of things that I wanted to respond to from prior planning meetings, just to clarify, and they were asks of the Planning Commission. So I'm coming back with this. Commissioner Cross had made a comment about the board and the perpetuity of the Jonathan Association. So I want to be clear to the Planning Commission. If you're not aware, the Jonathan Association has a very clear strategic plan that we've shared with the commission, and I'm happy to do so again. We operate with a $1.1 million annual operating budget, and we have reserve funds at $1.4 million currently. So as far as funding new neighborhoods like this, we are happy to work with Lennar and welcome these kinds of developments. Additionally, there was a comment made about the role of Planning Commission and the HOAs. And a little bit to Emily's comments, as well as a few that have been made tonight, I know from Commissioner Riley, as well as Commissioner Brass, about the role of the Planning Commission. And I just ask that you set aside the conversation of the formalities that you're all responsible for upholding and driving the 2040 comp plan, as well as with Liz and Kevin, your responsibilities as hired and retained employees of the city. And let's remember that the role of the Planning Commission is a volunteer role, and I greatly respect that. And my role as board president of the Jonathan is a volunteer role. We're here being stewards of our neighborhood to push things forward and protect our values and protect our city and protect our neighborhoods. The Jonathan Association has always been and will continue to be great neighbors with residents that are non-members. We open our parks, we open our trails, we pay for things. Heck, there are common maintenances of city-owned trails and county-owned parks and trails that we pick up the bill for because it's the right thing to do. And we want this to be a common sense development where it's the right thing to do. I do think Josh understands that, and representing Lennar, he's doing the best that he can. But Lennar is just a developer. They're not a neighbor. They're not in it for the long haul. They're coming in to invest and they're coming in to make money. We need to be honest about that. We're here to live forever. So for a lot of our residents, these are their greatest assets are their homes. And it is the Planning Commission's responsibility to take that seriously and apply a common sense approach, especially as the city of Chaska continues to grow. And just earlier tonight, you have another development where there's an existing HOA and then a new development coming in. And I really think the city needs to take a strong look at this development and how it happens with HOAs to make sure that the existing HOAs and members are protected. It has to be part of what we do. Along the lines of the planning of this, when you look at the map and you cut this out, if this was to be a development within the Jonathan Association, you would see things laid out very differently, with green spaces, with connecting trails that go to areas where the park's being proposed. I think it's a great idea. The Jonathan board thinks it's a great idea. It's a great location to have a park. Our members up on Julian don't have a park. The reason why they don't have a park is because this plot of land was intended to be developed someday as part of Autumn Woods, and it would be where the park would be, is exactly where they're plotting it to be. Unfortunately, the way that things have laid out, we're not having a plan in the design and development of this as it stands right now. And so when the city's proposing things and they're looking at the park and the park board especially, I'd really encourage each of you as commissioners to watch the video from last night's park board. I think there's some misunderstandings of responsibilities, and the park board doesn't think that they have the responsibility to make recommendations, and the planning commission is thinking the park board does. So I'd encourage you all to look at that to get a really clear understanding of where the park board currently sits and what they think they can influence in these plans. Lastly, I would just say that when it comes to traffic, it is a huge concern, and we want to make sure that the members are adequately represented with this density issue, but also most importantly is safety. Because of how Autumn Woods has been developed, and specifically this last piece that's supposed to be part of Autumn Woods is not being planned out with us, we don't have a trail running through the backyards of the homes that are on Autumn Woods and the Wagner property, where if you look at traditional Jonathan development, that's where the greenway would be. That's where the trail would be. We don't have sidewalks out front. We have the trail that runs through the backyard that connects the communities. And so knowing that, you've got a lot of traffic, foot traffic already on Autumn Woods Drive that's using that as their walkway. This just permanently cements that there is not going to be any sort of way for us to put in a trail in this community, and it's really concerning. We've been talking with Lennar, and I really do think that the Planning Commission can take a strong approach in this and making a recommendation to the city on what could happen with the development of this property to really make it part of what is designed to be the comp plan, as well as supporting the existing shareholders of the community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Appreciate your comments. Since Jeremy does have his role, any commissioners got any questions for Jeremy before we move on? We've heard from you before, Jeremy, so we know your role and appreciate your role as well. So
no, but I would like, this is Commissioner Brass, I'd like to point out, in other meetings we've had Jeremy on, and I always appreciate his input. And I've always kind of took the stance of like, hey, our role is not to get involved on the HOA. It's per development, and we don't need to influence that. And again, I don't know how much influence we have or should have or not have, but I would like to say I've kind of said, hey, before, this should be kind of left off. You guys deal with it on the side. My stance on this one, just to be clear for everybody, is we've got Jonathan all around on all sides. And if there's ever a development where I see the need to be incorporated into Jonathan and use their input, this would be one of them. I just, and again, I don't think Planning Commission has the authority to say that or to not to say, I can say whatever I want, but to necessitate that. But I just want to say on record, I think this would be one that really makes sense. And for Emily, real quick, and I'll let the next speaker speak, who spoke first. Right off the bat, I just want to say, like, on the personal note, like, I was really impressed by your speaking and like what you kind of did for your neighborhood. That was really, really impressive. Thank you for your effort there. And it was a good thing to note on the Autumn Woods South, when she was really well prepared and did a great job. Autumn Woods South, the houses might be smaller, a lot of them, but what I didn't even notice at first too, what she pointed out was there is a lot of open spaces. So like your backyard, like your actual lot might be like 0.2 acres, but you got like green space. Like you got like all these like open areas and ponds and trails and just dedicated land that's just kind of like, it makes it feel like your backyard's bigger, you know? So there is a lot of more open area, ponds, trails, parks so they kind of made the lot smaller, but they made the community more open and bigger. So so that's a fair point. I think I missed that. And so I do appreciate Emily for pointing that out. And so I just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brass. A couple more points were covered. So I'd like to move on with some more public comment, keeping in mind, let's try not to be repetitive if possible, but we're certainly willing to hear all new points of view. Kevin?
Yep. Next up, we have Doug. Doug, you can unmute.
Go ahead, Doug. Please give us your name and address.
My name is Doug Schoen, and I live at 3095 Autumn Woods Drive. I'd like to add, first of all, that I have been a resident here for 34 years, so I've got a good long perspective on our street. I don't want to be redundant. To make you feel any better, I've been with you since 7 o'clock. I found your meeting interesting, so I have been here for the last 3 or 3.5 hours with you. So I commend you for your undying will to get through this tonight here. So, but I just want to thank Emily. She did a wonderful job. I don't want to be redundant. I want to get on the street perspective of Autumn Woods Drive. In the 34 years I've lived here, it's been very obvious to me that the Autumn Woods Drive that I live on and the Acorn Road that finishes out onto Pioneer Trail has become nothing more than a shortcut for people who want to avoid stoplights that want to head north on Audubon. And we get numerous people driving through our neighborhood just because it's a pleasant scenic drive. It's got a winding, twisting nature to it, and it just attracts people that drive through it. So we get a goodly number of people driving through here just because they enjoy the drive and maybe take a shortcut. I've got a friend of mine who lives in Carver. I've noticed him driving through here on a regular basis. I asked him one time, I said, why do you, I see you driving through here. Who are you visiting? And he was good enough to say, well, I just go to Chanhassen, and on the way back, I just enjoy driving through your neighborhood. And I thought, well, that's great, but we don't really need any more traffic through here. The other part of this is it also attracts people that you don't want driving through here at all, and those would be the people that consume alcohol. A number of years back, we had a visitor that came through here at 60 miles an hour. Again, that's 60 miles an hour one night, and totally leveled our mailboxes out in front. And I walk my dog like many other people do along the street, walk their dogs. And I make a consistent habit of picking up the finished off alcohol bottles, primarily vodka and Bacardi rum, mixed in with a few Miller Lite cans on a regular basis. So I know that people know our street, that lower area there from the north entrance coming down along Lake Hazeltine in the marsh, the wet area there. It just provides a real nice spot for them to kind of get rid of their alcohol bottles and other trash, and kind of unseen, and then they drive through. So I know there's people that know this street. They come through here, and they're not in good shape to be driving. So it for some reason it attracts a lot of additional traffic. So I'm just trying to emphasize those points that probably would not be mentioned in a traffic report. I see it on a regular basis. Again, I'm fearful for the people that use our streets. We've got a goodly number of young mothers and husbands walking with their strollers and their dogs and other children in tow. Kids ride their bikes. We don't have the sidewalks. I think that was mentioned. So the street is our only really means of getting around without a vehicle. And again, I know you've been here late, so I want to stop. But if that wasn't said, if you didn't hear that from somebody, I'm sure it wouldn't show up in a traffic report. But that's all the more reason that I thank you for paying attention to the traffic issue. To me, it's a part of the density issue. But it's vital to me. Again, I've lived here 34 years. I intend to stay here until they carry me out. So I don't want to see our street behavior deteriorate anymore, brought on by more homes behind me. I have nothing negative about more homes. I welcome the people, but again, it just takes one or two bad apples driving down our street. Nothing serious has happened, but I've more than once jumped off onto the past the curb to get out of the way. That people coming around that curve, they aren't, a lot of times they're in a hurry and not looking, and we just don't need more traffic. So I ask you please to do everything you possibly can to not increase, and I would appreciate suggestions as to how to control the traffic speed. I think the speed is the biggest thing. I know I talked with Councilman Wong. I said, well, couldn't we post it at 25? He said, you can't post it at anything more, less than 30, according to the state. I don't know how true, but he seems that's what the case is. I thought, well, some kind of signage would help. I hate to leave somebody else with the problem when I don't have a solution for it, but I would appreciate your attention to that issue of the traffic, and do whatever you can to help not make it any worse than what it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen. Kevin?
Yep, before we get to the next one, I did want to just read into the record a comment from Melissa Stauffer. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name, but Melissa did say that she wanted to voice her concerns as an absolute echo to Emily Rome's talking points, and Melissa resides at 2871 Ironwood Boulevard. Next up to speak is Mark Lundgren. Mark, you can unmute.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to speak just briefly about the land density issue.
Mark, real quick, if you don't mind just saying your address.
3075 Autumnwoods Drive.
Thank you.
Saying the density issue has gotten to be a big issue because it's going to help to drive, obviously, the traffic issue. I was told many years ago, we've lived here 34 years now, tried to be good citizens, that obviously development was come behind us, and we didn't have a problem with that. But we were told historically that the developments would be adjoining lots, which would be very similar or identical. The initial meeting we had with Lennar, I brought that up, and I was told that the definition of similar is different now than when you built your house or I built my house. Now, I look at Webster's dictionary, I look at similar, it says identical, matched, consistent, equal, even close. I don't know, Elizabeth, can you put up the proposed layout for us quickly?
Mark, or I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I want to speak on the west end here, and I'm talking about lots 57 through 64. There are 8 lots there. They average 9,146 square feet. The 5 lots in current Autumn Woods that they adjoin average 19,500 square feet. Not even close, not even similar. I don't know if I can get my camera back, but maybe a picture is worth 1,000 words for you.
We can see you, Mark, if you're...
Okay. This is the size of the lots that they adjoin. Now, 1 teaspoon in here is 1,000 square feet.
Mark, you're going to want to raise those up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
A little bit over in front of you,
This
towards
direction.
the end. There you go.
I thought a picture would be worth 1,000 words. Anyway, that's not even close or even similar. I do appreciate Commissioner Riley's history comment on your first individual tonight, that there is history and that's important. I think what we're getting to in Chaska, I hate to say it, but looking at this development, it's not, basically it's what have you done for me lately? And a lot of us that signed that petition and have worked and lived in this area for a long time would ask that you would consider we've been good citizens, consider our lot size, look out your back window today and see if you would like to have a lot there that would be less than half the size of your current lot. Appreciate your concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lundgren. Kevin, next speaker, please.
Yep, before we get to the next one, just have one more comment to read into the record here from Rick Safran, 2860 Timberview Trail. He has to get up early, thus in writing. 100% agree with Emily Rome. In addition, removing 100+ trees with an exclamation point. When I bought my home, the city told me the trees were under a preservation plan. How can we cut down healthy trees? Thank you. All right, next up to speak is Kirsten. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Kirsten, you can unmute.
Yep, you did. Thank you. It's Kirsten Taylor, and we're at 2893 Forest Ridge. And I just, I'll be super brief because everybody has really touched on a lot of the key things. But to, I mean, Emily just really covered everything very eloquently. And to Doug's point too, I think what a lot of people don't know is our neighborhood sits squarely between Chanhassen High School and Chaska High School. And the high schoolers use that as a thoroughfare to get, you know, 2 classes if they have one at the other high school. So the traffic there and the speed there is of concern. And I too have jumped onto the boulevard with my dog to avoid cars coming through there at a pretty good clip. Take a look at other cities like Eden Prairie, Bear Path, where they potentially have signs 20 miles an hour, things like that, if we can't do anything about access points and things like that. And then I guess my other main concern is just the 2040 planning, comprehensive planning document states that open space and green space and trails and parks are a priority for Chaska. And it concerns me that we just don't have enough of that in this proposed new development. And even if you look at specifically at the Chanhassen development across the road, that might be high density too, but they've got trails and wetlands and parks and ponds and marshes. And I can walk my dog probably 5 miles in there on a trail, and it's, you know, lovely. And we don't have any of the trails even proposed in any of this. So I would ask you that you just consider significantly scaling this development back so that it is more in line with the surrounding area, and that you consider the open space and the trails. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kirsten. Appreciate your comments. Kevin, next up.
Yep, next up we have Nicole. Nicole.
Hi, Nicole Loading. I'm at 2867 Ironwood Boulevard. Again, just to make it super brief, we've only been here 4 years. I have 3 little boys, and one of the things that attracted us actually was a neighborhood like this. It was designed long before the new developments, where there are not nice mature trees, there are not nicer sized lots, there are not neighborhood parks. And so I think there's a lot of value to be said by what has been done before and what has been done well. And I think, again, I appreciate everyone's hard work in this and really putting a lot of thoughtfulness and mindfulness into what gives value to our citizens, what makes a community welcoming and friendly and promotes disease prevention and mental health benefits and all kinds of things that we all know, parks and walking trails and getting to know your neighbors so they can look out for you. I think here's a great chance where you can really, shift plans with sidewalks and parks and extra fields and really make a difference for that new neighborhood and for, setting more precedents for what we love Chaska for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. Anyone else with new comments? Kevin?
Yep. Next up, we have Emily.
The only thing I wanted to say is that I did not mention what the estimated traffic load is precisely. the estimated load on a weekly basis coming out of that dense of a neighborhood is 6,146 car and truck trips. So when we were talking about those cut throughs, 6,000. So even if we're wrong, even if, as Lennar or the county hope they go out those other ways, even if they're wrong 30% of the time, it's thousands of cars. Thanks.
I'm sorry, quick question. Emily, can you please repeat those numbers for me so I can write them down to confirm them?
Yep, it was exactly from your presentation. So when you stated in your presentation, Josh, that it was, I have my summary of your plan. So in that meeting that you set forth, that you had with the neighborhood, you said that there would be 878 trips daily, and I have multiplied that to a weekly number.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't say weekly at first. That's what threw me too. So. And Liz or Kevin, the traffic study needs to be completed yet, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And
That is correct. Also, just
that's
to
dependent
hit on
or that
Emily-
happens on every plan.
Yeah, just to hit on Emily's point too, one of the conditions that we have as part of the preliminary is for a construction management plan for traffic, and that they would provide to us how construction traffic gets to the site. So that can be analyzed as part of the preliminary as well.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Wright, anyone else?
Yep. Next up, we have Gretchen. Gretchen, feel free to unmute.
Thank you. My name is Gretchen Kleinsasser and I live at 2868 Ironwood Boulevard. There's two things I'd just like to highlight, and really that is around kid safety. I know Nicole touched on that already, but I think it's important. Part of the traffic study is to note on Ironwood Boulevard, that main road that goes through and connects what Emily said to Pioneer Trail out onto Audubon. People were cutting in and out. Anyway, there are bus stops, and not just for Eastern Carver County schools, but there are multiple bus stops for different schools. And those kids are on corners all along Ironwood. And when we think about that traffic study, those kids will be there. And if you think of the amount of kids that are there and the amount of cars that are going by, that is a huge concern for families that are on that street. And I would assume the bus would continue into this development. So I would highly recommend you think about that other entrance on that street. The other thing to note about Ironwood that you'd be connecting is that street is curved. So there is not a straight sight line for any parent that's on that street or a child to see a car left, right, left, or however you teach your kids to cross the street. So that needs to be noted. And that's why we would push to have their own entrance so that it's safe for kids crossing, coming back and forth through that. So thank you for all your work and your time tonight. I know it's long, so thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Kevin.
Yep. Next up, we have Amy. Amy, feel free to unmute.
Hi, I'm Kip Dunkelberger and my wife, Amy Dunkelberger. We live at 2909 Butternut Drive. Liz, if you wouldn't mind, could you bring up an image of Butternut that's large enough for everybody to see?
While she's doing that, if you have any other comments besides the picture, let's get them out there.
Well, the illustration of what I'm about to say will help if you can see the picture.
Okay. She may only be able to give you what she has ready for tonight, so.
No, totally fine.
Oh, there we go.
So if you look at Butternut Drive, there's a median that separates that road and there's trees in it currently. And what ends up happening is that traffic gets funneled down into single lane traffic. Now, Commissioner Brass already addressed the issue, I think, well, regarding the backup of that traffic. You can't see it, but our driveway, when you back out, that median already is halfway in the path of our driveway as we back out. And when we enter into Butternut, we have to loop around that median to loop into our driveway. So that issue, along with the fact that cars coming south on Audubon when they hit a red light and they want to keep going, what they do is they take a right-hand turn onto Butternut. They loop around the median to be able to take a right-hand turn back onto Audubon. And that's something that I noticed while I was home officing out of my office in the front of the house during this whole COVID season of how many cars are coming through. I estimate there's at least 20 to 40 cars a day that are looping around that median to be able to short circuit the light. I only anticipate that traffic is going to get worse if we're adding more cars to that development regardless. So I just wanted to mention that to the board so that everybody was aware of it for the record. And that's all I have to say at this point.
Thank you, sir. That's an interesting addition to the comments.
That is brutal.
Yeah. Yes.
That yeah, I appreciate that for sure, because that's, I mean, you know, I'm not surprised that people.
Well, that comment speaks for itself. Kevin, anything new or any new people yet?
You know, that has not. I mean, unfortunately, that, you know, as a homeowner, I feel sorry for you. That I'm not surprised though. People do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Kevin.
Next up, we have Sport. Sport, you can unmute.
Yep. Hey, this is Lee Isaacson at 2980 Autumn Woods Drive. So have my parents, Mike and Tracy. They're at 3025 Autumn Woods Drive. I just wanted to say thanks to Emily and everybody else who's been on the meeting. Everybody's given all their thoughts. I mean, we're not going to go over it a lot. I mean, I own an acre and a half myself. I'm not sure what my parents' size is. We've gone over the size and the size and the size, but my simple to the point thing is if Lennar is really going to come in and do this, I've been in the community. I went to Chaska High School 2004. I've known this neighborhood since I was a kid. I'm sure a lot of them, I was probably at some of these people's houses when I was a kid, but you know, it's the sizing and the stuff like that. We've gone over that in depth, but if they want more space, they put this in, they can have my acre and a half too, because I'm out of here, man. It's sad, and it's sad what they're doing to the community. It's sad that we all even have to be up here at 10:30 at night. It's sad that people are wasting their time talking to the Lennar community. Look at what they did over by Chaska Town Courts, where they have houses built right next to the trains. This isn't for the people of the community. This isn't for the people of Chaska who lived here their whole life like I have. This is for wealth, and this is for somebody's getting paid off for doing something, but this is obviously wrong. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. You guys keep spitting the facts and be more eloquent than me, but as far as me and my family, it's sad.
All right, thank you. Kevin?
Yep. Next up, we have Josh.
I'll put my hand on and re-raise it and allow for people that haven't spoke yet to go ahead. I just have some items I just want to address that have come up through discussion. So I'll
Sounds good, Josh. We will we'll get you to at the end then. Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt Douglas. This is my wife, Joanna Douglas. We're at 2857 Ironwood Boulevard. You know, I think one of the comments that was made for the previous development that you guys talked about ahead of this, and I don't remember which commissioner had mentioned this, was how does the community feel based off of your meeting? And I think it's important to note that Lennar said they hosted a meeting for our neighborhood on May 3rd or whenever that was. The number of people that were invited to that meeting by Lennar or communicated to was extremely small. My understanding was they sent letters within 350 feet of the property line, which means that from an Ironwood perspective, the only people that were notified were the people on Butternut and then some people that butted up to Autumn Woods. So I want to go on record in saying I'm not seeing any demonstration from Lennar of wanting to work with the community to make this work. We're having to exercise our rights through city council meetings and things like this versus trying to partner with our community. So if there's a way to help influence that when they're going to host meetings, they let everybody who's impacted know, that would be helpful. And I don't know if Joanna has anything to add.
Just an extra add to that, and I'll keep it really short because I know you don't like to have somebody repeat things, but if they don't have their own exit and entrance, we have 200 at least extra cars coming through, And actually what Josh specifically told the meeting on May 3rd that we weren't invited to, but we're told by several other people that that means 40 seconds, every 40 seconds, a car will come through Ironwood and Butternut because they don't have their own exit. So every 40 seconds, our children who are outside playing will have an extra car through. It's if they're going to have this much density, they need their own exit and entrance onto Audubon. And I know that's going to be harder, and that's fine if we need to go through the county, that's fine. But the fact that they're just saying, oh, well, the county won't do that. Let's ask then, Josh, shall we?
All right, thank you. Kevin?
Yep. Next up, we have, not gonna be able to pronounce this right, but Genevieve. Did I get that right?
Right.
There you go. You can unmute.
So I'm Genevieve Viana Sachiel, and this is my fiance, Andrew Armstrong. We live at 2925 Autumn Woods Drive. From what I learned tonight, we live in part of the original neighborhood as we bought our house from one of the people who had built 30 plus years ago. And all of my immediate joining 5 neighbors have been here 30 or 35 plus years, built their homes. So we're kind of the new kids on the block as we've only been here 7.5 months. I really thank Emily and all of the comments that everybody has made today to voice our concerns. I feel Andrew and I are actually very moved by this, and you can keep composure way better than I can. I've been practically weeping as, you know, if you've read my letter of our concerns, specifically about my daughter, who's 4.5. She is in a wheelchair and we don't have sidewalks. And I wanted to make 3 small points. That Autumn Woods South, that area of the high density, even though it was made the point of that they had the green space, they have sidewalks. We don't. Let's see, now I forgot my second point. Well, actually, I haven't gotten to read the entire Chaska 2030 and 2040 plan, but I did, I'm trying to get very versed with the community and the community vision and with what we saw here in the Autumn Woods community when we chose to move here just 7 months ago, 3 years ago when I started planning this. But the first thing that I read was that the housing vision on Chaska's 2040 plan was for all ages and socioeconomic people and diversity. And the thing is what I learned about my neighbors and getting to know them is that they're beautiful homes on beautiful estates. And like it's been said here tonight, people take drives down this road. We were that impacted when we found this place to be our forever home. And that's why I'm so affected tonight, is because the whole time I hear everybody speaking, I imagine what's being jeopardized. We spent so much time trying to find this beautiful place that all these people have built with the Jonathan Association and everything that has brought, and like following the rules to make sure that our community, I believe that I'm part of the original Autumn Woods. And I think when I saw the plan, I think we would then abut like maybe 61, 62, 63. There'd be at least 3 more homes put in our already kind of crowded backyard. For us, it's crowded. We're not used to having that many neighbors. But when I read the thing about having, for all ages and socioeconomic, the part that struck me, and I tried to write it down when Josh was saying it. So Josh, feel free to, correct me if I'm 100% wrong here, but I had heard that part of the thing was to be able to provide the housing to meet a socioeconomic need for maybe some smaller houses with the 50-foot lots and 60-foot lots. But then I thought I heard you say that, well, you really aren't going to be offering that anyway because they're all custom builds. So that actually was the biggest concern to me. And that's why I decided to speak tonight. I was not going to say enough. I'm way too emotional about this. I'm way too emotional about my daughter. And the whole life that we had planned really has to do with we can't live on busy streets. Unfortunately, I agree with the last guy. We've got to go if that's what's going to turn to the neighborhood. And the only last point that I'm going to make has to do with this little guy, which is the owl that we speak to or speak with all the neighbors about, that we're just obsessed with. We take picture after picture of this beautiful owl. And I know that his home is one of those trees that's about to be cut down, because we know he wintered in our backyard. So I apologize for the emotional stance that I brought here, but this is my whole family's life going forward. So I appreciate the comments, and I'll yield all the rest of my time. So thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, Genevieve. Kevin?
Commissioner Donkey, we just have one more comment to read in, and then I believe Josh wanted the last shot there. So the comment is from Kirsten Taylor. Just would like to ask the commission to review the park board meeting. Many of us attended that as well. Marshall Grange indicated that most city parks average 3 to 15 acres. And there, which is the park board recommendation, is only 2.65 acres. I would encourage the commission, and I think also the council, to use the full 10%. Thank you. All right, Josh, did you? Oh, sorry.
Nope.
Okay.
No,
Josh,
keep
did
going,
you-
Kevin.
Josh, would you still like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Kevin. So a couple items as the discussion's been going, I'd like to address. Question on a construction entrance. We do believe we'd be able to use the existing driveway off of Audubon as a temporary construction entrance to the site. Obviously, that's something that we would need to confirm with the county, but we do believe that would be an option for us. And we would prefer to use that as well, rather than going through the neighborhood. A couple other items. The notice that was sent for the neighborhood meeting was the same, the 350-foot radius that was mentioned. That's the same radius that the city uses to notify residents of public hearings. So we were matching what city does to inform neighbors. And we actually sent out, I believe it was 136 notices. So certainly weren't trying to not inform people, but just was following the city's distance. There was a question on asking the county about the access, and we have asked them. And that's where I provided the information that at most it would be a right in, right out being provided. And that even if we did request that, there's still a chance that the county would decline that, given the access to Audubon from Autumnwoods Drive and Butternut Drive. Genevieve, you had a question on affordability of our homes along Audubon, and that I mentioned that they wouldn't be affordable because they're custom built. No, I didn't mention that they would be custom built. They're not custom homes. We have set floor plans that people can select, and set exterior elevations that they can choose from. Beyond that, these aren't what would traditionally be called custom homes. Custom homes, in the case of the item before us tonight, those custom homes, yeah, you're not going to find a custom home in that community that's even approaching affordable. What else do we got? I guess, and just to, I'm not going to belabor the density issue, but one of the things that, especially with Autumnwoods East, if you look at an aerial photo of the through Carver County with the lot lines on there, it'll make it appear that and yes, these are large lots, but being that it was platted in 1994, and I think city staff would agree that if this community were platted today, these lots would not be this big, because these lots are platted out into wetlands and into storm ponds that, if it were platted today, would not be platted into those wetlands if they're to be protected. So that's kind of skewing a little bit, just out of fairness to the density question, skewing a little bit the size of these lots. In Autumnwood South, yes, it's an open area, a lot of green space, but I believe, and maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a reason a lot of this area is open space is that area is has a significant amount of wetlands in it. And it was either, that's probably why a lot of those areas aren't built on. And maybe another reason that they do have trails moving throughout the community adjacent to some of these wetlands is they don't have any sidewalks in their community. Our community, will be providing sidewalks on both sides of the street. And somebody did mention that they don't believe that we're providing much green space, open space, or parks. We're dedicating at least 2.6 acres of our land for park. We're preserving over 3 acres of wetlands. We're preserving 3.56 acres of the existing wetlands on the site, only proposing to impact 1.4 acres, most of it being that wetland that you can see kind of on the midwestern edge of the property, which has been farmed agriculture land for decades. So it's not a high quality wetland as it's been farmed for years. We're also proposing to preserve trees on the south property line. Probably, I would say 75% of those trees on our south and west corner of our site are going to be preserved. Not only because they're nice trees, but also to maintain somewhat of a buffer between us and the people to our south. And then there was a comment that there's going to be a car going by Butternut and Ironwood every 40 seconds. That's not accurate. So based on what our engineer did based on some traffic calculations, industry standards, estimated that the peak AM hour, so that means the peak AM hour, I'm not sure exactly what hour that is. I don't know if it's 7 to 8 or 6 to 7 AM, but projected peak trips during that morning rush hour is 87 trips, which breaks down to approximately a car every 40 seconds. Now that's not all going by Ironwood and Butternut, because that's not our only access to the site. Remember, we do have the access at Autumn Woods Drive as well. So there would be a vehicle potentially leaving the community every 40 seconds, but not specifically Ironwood and Butternut. I believe that's most of the comments that I wanted to provide my own comment on. So for now, that's all I've got.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Commissioner Dalkey, we do have 4 more people with their hands raised, and I do have one comment to read in.
All right, why don't you read in your comment first?
Okay. This is in relation to the notices from Matt Douglas. I would imagine the majority of those notices went to the townhouse community and not the homes in our neighborhood. Next up to speak is Camille.
Thank you very much. I'm Camille Wickstrom, 2874 Ironwood Boulevard. I apologize, I don't have my video going, so I won't bother to mess with that. Just a quick comment to the commission, to the planning board. I really wanted to encourage you to take this opportunity. You've heard a lot of input from the community about this particular development. It's a great opportunity to find ways to incorporate the best of Chaska and welcome this brand new neighborhood, welcome some diversity, some socioeconomic diversity, and to integrate those neighborhoods, our neighborhoods, together so that we become all one big mesh group, as kind of was the original forethought of how this land would be developed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Emily again.
All right, Emily, go ahead.
I'm mindful of the open meeting laws as I make this offer or invitation to any or all of you, and perhaps this is something that you commissioners do already routinely, but if in a way that you can and not have a violation of the open meeting law, in other words, you all couldn't come at the same time, we invite you to come. Stand in my front yard. My information is on the sheet. just to explain and show you a little bit about what we're talking about. You're all well versed in this area of expertise as you've been doing it for various years, but we do have a lot of people really concerned, and you've probably faced that before. But if we can be helpful to the understanding of what we're facing by having you come, please reach out. We'd love to speak further in any way that's helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate that.
Okay, next
Kevin,
up,
2 more, you said?
yes.
Okay.
Next up, we have Lee again.
Go ahead,
Hi,
Lee.
Lee Isaacson again, 2980. I'll make it really quick. I just want to know how many people are on the thing right now? How many people are super concerned? Why do we have to sit there and listen to somebody who's never even been in our neighborhood? You want to sit in my yard and count the number of cars, and then you want to do it after this thing? There's a reason that people are so concerned. And to sit here and be told, like, we don't know what's going on, or that, oh, the count might not be accurate and everything. It's disgusting and it's sad. It's really, really sad. That's why I said earlier, it's going to affect every single person in here. That's why every single person, including me as a doctor who has to get up tomorrow and work, help the rest of the people in the world. I'm up here at 11 p.m. and it's not to be told how our community isn't going to get affected. It's going to get affected massively. Again, as an acre and a half of property, he'd probably come and put another 16 houses on my property. And it's not wetland, it's great land, it's golf course land, it's golf course yard. So for him to sit there and say that stuff, and for us to just have to sit there and listen to it, that's not correct. And in any way to be belittled or talk, this is our lives, this is our community, and there's a reason that we're all so upset. So for everybody to say, oh, okay, let's just calm down. It's gonna be one car every 40 seconds. What about if our neighbor Genevieve has their child out there? My dog. This is gonna affect our lives every single day. And for somebody who schmoozes as a PR person to ram it down our throat that this is okay, it's not okay. So I'll keep it short. Thank you guys for your time. But again, don't belittle us in the neighborhood. There's a reason we're all on here, Josh.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, next up, we have Genevieve.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
Oh, it's Andrew who had the question.
So obviously we're at 2925, and my question is would that traffic study include extra ambulatory and emergency vehicle traffic that would be included in the new housing for all the extra people that would be added?
Right. I was telling him about he couldn't attend the entire meeting because he's been taking care of our child all evening. But I was telling him about how there's going to be so much in and out traffic, and we're now concerned that the emergency traffic won't be able to get in. You know, can they get into our neighbors? Are they going to be slowed up by all of it? So we're hoping to find out if the traffic study is also going to say, okay, is this going to be so congested that even emergency vehicles aren't going to be able to get in and out of the neighborhoods because there aren't many access points?
Part of the traffic study, part of what staff does on these neighborhoods is the emergency, fire, medical. They all have input on this. Kevin, jump in on anything I missed.
You are correct. The fire, police chief, all the rest, do see and are part of our planning review teams. And so they do have the opportunity to weigh in and issue concerns or anything else they might have, as well as all the different departments of the community. So.
Thank you. Anyone else, Kevin?
Just have one more comment to read in, and then there are no more hands raised after this.
Thank you.
So this comment is from Chad and Jennifer Wendelich, 2859 Timberview Trail. The peak travel time is right when kids are lining up for the bus on Ironwood Boulevard. And that is at the moment the end of any questions or comments.
All right, we're gonna close the public comments and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
That's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
Someone.
I'll start off by saying it's like,
Thanks,
for
Dave.
the neighbors that have attended the whole meeting tonight, I do, appreciate the time that you guys put into it, even though you didn't necessarily speak. Having Emily be the spokesperson for the majority of the neighbors was the right way to do it. To bring forward all your concerns, which are similar concerns that we have as well too. And it's great to be able to hear and see the group come together for this as well too. And from my standpoint, I was sitting in your seat about 3 years ago with the development that went in my backyard, which spurred me to join the Planning Commission. So with that said, and how Liz started this section off with the process that we go through with the concept plan, that's really what it is. It's to put something out there to get people's input. And we've heard you loud and clear. And I believe that Lennar has heard you loud and clear as well too. And there's some expectations for that next round to really button down what it really needs to look like. And like I said, your voices are loud and clear across the board. Safety, density, trees, parks, all of that has to come together in the next plan. Or it won't go, but those all have to be addressed. So, I do wanted to make sure I voice that appreciation. I'm sure the rest of the commission would feel the same way as well too.
Yeah, I want to just add on to what Commissioner Olson said quickly as well. Remember, there's a city council meeting Monday night where will be able to voice your concerns. The Planning Commission, we don't set any policy. We make recommendations. That's our job, is to make a recommendation to the city council. So we're glad you're here, but I just wanted to make sure, in case you didn't know, there's many more opportunities, starting with Monday night.
With that, hearing them loud and clear, I guess as this goes to council, I'd like to add some conditions. What I heard, I propose to the Planning Commission to add a condition that the development approval of development is contingent on an access to a county road dedicated. That's one of them. I'd propose that we add a condition that the trail continuity be implemented with the Jonathan Association in partnership with them. I'd like to add a condition that the construction.
Commissioner Riley, could you repeat that last one? I'm trying to write these down and you're going a little quick for me.
I'm sorry. This is the first time I've done this, Kevin. So.
Nope. That's fine. I just want to make sure I get them correct so that if later on we have to repeat them, someone has got them down.
And maybe a hair louder, Dave.
Sorry. The trail continuity in cooperation with the Jonathan Association. With the three developments around them had trails planned by Jonathan and a vision of how that network would tie together. So I think it's appropriate to incorporate that at this time. The other one is the construction access, is that the construction access has to come off of the county road. And then the third is that we don't want the parkland to be fee paid to the city. We want the parkland to be implemented into the development. Those are what I took away from that, as important items as representative of our peers and the citizens that we need to incorporate and recommend to the city council. With that, I yield.
I agree with Commissioner Riley on. I think Josh, you and Jeremy definitely have to get together. I think it's imperative that this neighborhood becomes part of the Jonathan Association, and therefore characteristics of the current Jonathan Association, which I'm in as well, are incorporated into this new development. It does look vastly different than everything around it. And therefore the concerns that you're hearing, and I understand them. In your defense, you did I was going to comment and ask Kevin if you were correct. The 350 foot meeting noticing, that is standard.
That is correct.
And if you did send out 136 notices, I guess I don't know what to say about that.
It's okay.
I hope you can get construction, or that you are able to use the construction, the current driveway for construction. And I think it is imperative that you work with the county on a minimum of right in, right out separately into that neighborhood. I can see where the county is probably not going to give you a full access there, but you got to ask for it. Anyone else?
Commissioner Urbanski, and I agree with everybody else. And again, want to thank everybody for spending 4 wonderful hours together this evening. You know, when we look at this development too, you know, and it always happens whenever you have a new development come in, that you have people that are opposed to it, which is natural. But in this particular case where you're, you know, surrounded on 3 sides by a very light community, I would like to see this plan re-engineered a bit to have the streets and the lot layouts kind of match the existing developments on the north, south, and west side there.
This is Commissioner Lacey. I would also recommend to Josh that you exceed the minimum of the 300 foot and maybe send notices and incorporate more of the community so you can hear greater feedback, which may positively affect your next round of planning.
Thank you, Commissioner Lacey. Anyone else?
I think we have some good ideas. We've heard a lot of great feedback. There's a lot of work to do, obviously, I think on you know, everybody's side. My only concern about adding the right in, right out as an actual, you know, contingency is if the county doesn't allow it, does this make the parcel not developable? You know, I guess, you know, could it have other ramifications going forward? I think a right in, right out is probably a good idea, but if the county says no, does that, you know, like I guess Liz or Kevin, like what does that do going forward for maybe the next person that inevitably will try to develop this?
Well, this is the first step, I guess would be my answer. And if that's what you think should happen, I mean, obviously we're going to be doing a traffic study too. Then, you know, you're including it at this point, you're not providing any entitlements to the property. You're providing direction, you know, you can state it strongly, I think, because also you want to influence the county, I'm guessing, in your statements, but also be recognizing that, you know, not to negatively handicap a site forever based on a condition, especially if the science doesn't support it. So I think certainly stating it strongly at this point is a good idea. And if it doesn't work out, when they report back in their preliminary, they can report back and say, this is what you told us to do. This is what we did. This is the outcomes. And you can judge it on those merits at that time. So I think it gives you some flexibility, especially at the concept level. If this was preliminary level or final level, or we're dealing with legal entitlements to property, that's probably a little different bar that we should consider. But at this point, you know, I think especially trying to engage with the county, you know, they manage for the county road, right? So they'd probably rather have nobody get on it. So trying to manage that somehow and provide appropriate direction and letting them know that it's important to us or if it's important to you, I guess I should say, and the residents, then having that feedback is good at this point. And whether you say it shall or you strongly encourage, I'll leave that up to you to figure out. But I think they still have an opportunity to come back with the preliminary if something isn't achievable, or if they're able to achieve even more on any topic. I think Liz in her report, as it relates to the preliminary, would talk about that. Here's what you said. Here's what they've done. And then you can judge, the preliminary on that level. Did they engage Jonathan enough? Did they do this? Did they do that? And so I think you can have some broad level of discretion at this point. And you need to feel comfortable that you're giving us and people who aren't at the meeting, like the county transportation engineer and all the others, that what you're trying to accomplish.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Kevin.
And I'd offer Commissioner Saylor, traffic engineering is not completely engineering. It's political will, a portion of it. So if we flex political will and say, and put a strong word in there like shall, this is important to us as a community, that has bearing on traffic impact analysis. So I think it should be shall.
This is Commissioner Brass. I agree with Commissioner Riley. I think it should be shall. At this stage, let's put it out there and see if the county will listen to our direction. And if not, then we can deal with it then. Again, I just speaking in general, I appreciate all the comments from the neighbors. There's a lot of issues that needs to be overworked on this property, on this development. Concept level, it's just a concept. And there's a lot to work on. And so we'll see it again at preliminary, but I agree with Commissioner Riley's recommendations.
Very good. You got that, Kevin? Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the concept plans with the conditions that are already listed and the conditions that we just added. Which I think there's already 23 conditions. Did we add 3 more, Kevin? You are on mute, sir.
I believe I've got 7.
7 additional?
If I could read out kind of the generally what they are, and people could not, or whoever's going to make a motion, if you can add them in or delete them. I mean, it's up to you. It's your motion. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, let's yeah, please do that. Go through
So
those.
here's what I've got. I've got access shall be provided to the county road. I've got that the trail connectivity should occur in cooperation with the Jonathan Association. I've got a piece about park dedication that I could use some clarity on because I didn't catch quite everything there. I think that it was to take parkland dedication on the site. I probably could help me out there.
Yeah, that was mine. That was, rather than paying a fee to the city and utilizing it for parkland development somewhere else, was utilizing it all on the property.
I second that.
And I had something about incorporation from Commissioner or Chair Dalkey within the Jonathan Association, that you felt very strongly about that.
Yep.
And that the plan should be more reflective of the properties that lay to the north south and west of the subject property, just as a general guide. And that, and this last one probably is, you can decide whether it's a condition or not. But he should consider incorporating more comments and maybe using the people who participated tonight and signed the petition for doing the next notices and discussions from a public perspective for neighborhood meetings. Those
I
are the
think we
ones
can list that. They're going to hear them anyway.
Yeah, right. If you've got their names and addresses, I mean, it's not that hard to include them. So you can decide whether that's a condition or just friendly advice.
And the seventh condition would be construction access off of the county.
I'm sorry. Yes, construction access. Yes.
That's very, very important.
Yeah, sorry.
Pardon me, Kevin and Chair Dalkey, can I ask for clarification on one of the the conditions? One of them was trail connectivity to occur with Jonathan. Aside from the public sidewalk on the west side of Ironwood Boulevard at our south property line, I'm not familiar with any additional Jonathan trails that
Josh, I would say at this point, I think we could roll that into getting involved with the Jonathan Association and getting their input into how the trail system should be incorporated into the new neighborhood.
Yeah, I think the chair has it exactly right. Talk with the Jonathan rep and to talk about that, find out where their trails are, where their infrastructure is, and just have a discussion there.
I think it's part of the whole caveat of becoming part of the Jonathan Association.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we clear on what we've added on to? So now I believe we have 30 conditions total. I would entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Olson. I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council approve the Wagner Woods concept plan for the 102 lot subdivision on 45 acres of land, subject to the 30 conditions that the 23 that are listed plus the 7 that were added.
Can I get a second? Commissioner Seiler seconding. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Liz, would you do a roll, please?
Yep. Graffs,
Aye.
Lacy,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Riley,
Aye.
Seiler,
Aye.
Urbanski,
Aye.
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. All right, I'd like to thank everybody that attended this portion of actually most of you attended the whole meeting, so you got a good taste of what we do, but I'd like to thank you all for your input. It was professionally, it was very well done. It was a good plan having Emily, start out as the main spokesperson. She covered points very well, and you've got a good process. So, and then again, I'll remind you that the city council will be taking this up on Monday night. So good luck to Lennar and to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
All right. Other business, I'm going to receive into the minutes the April 5th draft of the EDA, and to receive in the March 9th, 2021 Park Board meeting minutes, and receive in the April 5th and April 19th City Council meeting minutes. Those have been read into our official minutes. Any comments from the commission quickly before we call it a night?
Just one comment for the commission itself, just an update on our transition back in to live meetings. Right now, we're kind of looking in the summer period. We're going to try and get the council into the council chambers first and kind of work through the pieces on that. And I would anticipate the planning commission is going to be shortly thereafter. And so we'll probably, I'm assuming we're going to keep a Zoom option available for people because I think this does work well, but I think that in-person component will be coming back, now that vaccinations are fairly widely available, and people can have an opportunity to take in part of that if they want. That we'll start to see that movement where we'll have in-person meetings again. But I'm anticipating that we'll have this Zoom option because it does, as you can see tonight, allow for a lot of people to participate, whether they actively participate or just want to watch the process itself. And so it's very beneficial, I believe. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on, because I know that everybody's kind of, whether you're professionally or personally going through transition plans right now, it seems like we're all there, and we're no different. And we'll be in contact shortly about kind of where we're going to be moving and exactly when we're going to be doing that. But it'll be sometime early summer, I'm guessing early to midsummer, that we'll be looking to do that. So more, stay tuned, more to come.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
Anyone else? Liz, you good? Tired? All right. Well, just one last, throw a bright spot in at the very end. I'm also on the River City Days board, and River City Days will be back last weekend in July. We're expecting it to be a big blowout this year because it's actually the first. It'll be the first event in town. Taste of Chaska has been moved back, and I think Fire and Ice has been moved back. They're all going to happen, but we will be the first thing to happen this summer. So I'm looking forward to River City Days.
Awesome.
If nobody has anything else, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Second.
Second.
And Liz, you want to take a roll, please?
Kress,
Aye.
Lacy,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Riley,
Aye.
Seiler,
Aye.
Urbanski,
Aye.
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Good job tonight. Let's talk soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
Take
everybody.
care.